blackboard system.
Oh, blackboard system, yeah.
Yeah, so we have that as well, so that all the resources can also be there. But we also use a lot of interactivity apps. So we use Padlet and Kahoot. Another one called Miro. So we find these are useful because otherwise the problem is you don't know if people are really there or if they've just turned on and they're playing Clash of the Clans or something. So we're going to start in 30 minutes. Is it Safnil?
The committee, Bu Ira? Or who? Nora? What time do we start? Pak Mr. Adin? What time do we start? Oh, who's there? Bu Ira, are you in yet?
Nanti link YouTube-nya itu ya. Udah bisa dibagikan aja.
Okay, wait.
Adin, what time do we start?
Okay, we will start at 9, I think.
At 9?
Yeah.
Oh. 1 more hour?
Yes, but we are going to play our profile, video profile. Or 8:45, it's okay maybe.
8:30, yeah, 8:30. Yeah. Everyone is already in.
Wait.
Yeah, they are doing it from the campus.
Okay.
I'm doing it from home. So I can start it very early.
Okay. What are you? Okay. 8:30, yeah?
8:30, yeah.
Wira, Sandra mana? There is Sandra.
If you do it from the office, from the campus, you have to wait for the doors to open. If you do it from home, yeah, you can open your door yourself.
Safnil, we're starting in about half an hour, is it?
Yes, half an hour.
Okay, then I got time. I'll go and make another cup of coffee.
Okay.
Okay, I'll come back in about 15 minutes. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah, see you soon.
Thank you. I'll come back in 15 minutes. I'll just go make another cup of Mandaling Sumatran.
Mandarin Sumatra.
Yes, very good coffee.
Bengkulu has a better coffee.
Oh, well, hopefully I can find that out.
Sure, soon. We are waiting for
sometime.
Yeah.
Okay,
sometime
I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Okay, see you soon. Yeah.
Daya, rumah bagi beragam hayati, flora langka nan eksotik. Keberagaman yang dimiliki Bengkulu menjadikannya unik, tak dapat dijumpai dimanapun. Berangkat dari pendirian Provinsi Bengkulu tahun 1968, mengharuskan berdirinya sebuah perguruan tinggi negeri dengan semangat tak kenal lelah, perjuangan dan dukungan dari setiap elemen, 1982 berdirilah Universitas Negeri pertama di Bengkulu. Universitas Bengkulu, lembaga pendidikan tinggi terbesar di Bengkulu, memiliki peran penting demi menjaga dan mengembangkan segala potensi yang ada. Dari bumi Rafflesia, Universitas Bengkulu menghasilkan sumber daya manusia berkarakter, berwawasan kemajuan, dan berdaya saing. Cita-cita besar perguruan tinggi ini diwujudkan dengan pengembangan keilmuan yang berbasis pada kebutuhan zaman. Fasilitas perkuliahan didirikan menjawab tantangan cepatnya perkembangan. Kualitas tenaga pendidik terus ditingkatkan sebab dunia harus ditaklukkan. Mengembangkan pendidikan dan penelitian merupakan misi besar bagi kami. Mendorong sivitas akademika menghasilkan karya berstatus hak atas kekayaan intelektual. Melaksanakan pengabdian sesuai dengan kebutuhan masyarakat lokal hingga internasional, serta mengembangkan sistem tata kelola universitas yang baik merupakan hal mutlak demi visi World Class University. Di era milenial ini, kami memahami pendidikan bukan hanya sebagai media untuk menimba ilmu, namun juga sebagai wadah pembentukan karakter manusia, manusia yang kompetitif, ingin belajar, dan memahami apa yang diinginkan dunia. Dari ruang-ruang kelas, kami mempersiapkan generasi terbaik. Generasi emas yang memiliki semangat kompetitif membara. Dari ruang-ruang kelas, kami mengembangkan ilmu untuk kami abdikan kepada bangsa dan tanah air tercinta. Universitas ini merupakan muara bagi pencari ilmu dari berbagai penjuru, datang dari segala pelosok negeri, bahkan luar negeri. Di tempat ini, kami saling bertukar pikiran, memahami satu sama lain, hingga tercipta harmoni yang indah dalam keanekaragaman. Dari sini, kami menciptakan karya. Kami tuangkan dari ide-ide kreatif setiap pribadi diramu menjadi satu. Disinilah kami mengembangkan segala potensi diri, bebas berekspresi, menyatukan persepsi dalam perbedaan. Bagi kami, sangat penting untuk membangun jaringan agar terkoneksi satu sama lain, sehingga pergerakan zaman dapat dilampaui sejalan dengan visi kami. Rentetan prestasi di berbagai ajang adalah pembuktian diri. Bagi kami, perkuliahan berarti menentukan sebuah masa depan Bengkulu, dan masa depan Indonesia. Kami ingin mempersiapkan bekal terbaik, menyongsong Indonesia baru yang kuat dan mandiri. Tanggung jawab kami sebagai generasi penerus harus direalisasikan. Kami wujudkan dengan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Dari sinilah kami mempersiapkan diri menghadapi dunia baru, membangun masa depan, menggapai mimpi yang diidamkan, menyambut cita yang diharapkan. Dari sini, dari Bengkulu, untuk Indonesia menggapai dunia.
Kak Dede.
Samoba ya. Samoba ya.
Tolong di mute.
Ya udah nggak apa ya.
Well, you're not at the beach now, Safnil.
salah satu perguruan tinggi yang ada di kota Bengkulu. Universitas Bengkulu ini memiliki banyak pilihan prodi dari fakultas yang menjadi incaran teman-teman untuk melanjutkan pendidikan. Dari mulai Diploma 3, Sarjana S1, Pasca Sarjana S2, dan Pasca Sarjana S3 yang memiliki tenaga pengajar yang sangat baik dan berkualitas. Universitas Bengkulu, atau lebih akrabnya yaitu UNIP, adalah perguruan tinggi negeri di Bengkulu yang berdiri pada 24 April 1982 dan diresmikan oleh Menteri Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Republik Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Daud Yusuf. UNIP masuk dalam daftar universitas terbaik di Indonesia, versi Direktorat Jenderal Pendidikan Tinggi. Kampus UNIP terletak di 4 lokasi berbeda, yaitu Kandang Limun, Cimanuk, Air Sebakul, dan juga Padang Harapan, yang total lahan mencapai 97,84 hektar. Jadi, Pasca Sarjana Bahasa Inggris bisa dikatakan salah satu prodi yang baru didirikan, yaitu mempunyai izin penyelenggaraan dari Direktorat Pendidikan Tinggi, kemudian dari Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan pada tanggal 9 Oktober 2014.
Magister Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris didukung oleh para dosen dengan berkualifikasi S3 atau doktor, baik tamatan dalam negeri maupun luar negeri. Dan di antara 9 orang dosen tersebut, 1 orang bergelar guru besar dan sebagian besar lektor kepala yang juga didukung oleh para dosen muda yang baru bergabung dengan program studi. Selama 5 tahun berjalan, program studi Magister Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris telah menjalankan kerjasama penelitian antara lain dengan University of New England di New South Wales, Australia, dan beberapa kerjasama penelitian dengan perguruan tinggi di dalam negeri. Kegiatan kuliah umum juga sering dilakukan dengan mendatangkan para pakar pendidikan bahasa Inggris dari dalam dan luar negeri, di antara lain dari luar negeri, dari Ohio University dari Amerika, City University of Hong Kong, dan dari Australia, dari New England University, serta para mahasiswa kita diminta untuk menyajikan makalah pada seminar tersebut karena itu menjadi prasyarat agar mereka bisa diwisuda.
Magister Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris FK UNIP merupakan prodi unggulan kita untuk menjadi prodi kelas dunia. Telah banyak kegiatan akademik maupun non-akademik yang dilaksanakan oleh prodi S2 Bahasa Inggris ini yang bersifat internasional, misalnya baik itu dalam bentuk seminar, riset kerjasama maupun pertukaran mahasiswa. Prodi S2 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris ini di FK UNIP merupakan satu-satunya prodi yang saat ini telah memiliki mahasiswa asing atau mahasiswa internasional. Ke depan, kita berharap prodi S2 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris ini akan menjadi prodi yang unggul, menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten, profesional, dan berwawasan global. Kompeten artinya prodi ini pada saatnya nanti lulusannya mampu melaksanakan tugas pokok dan fungsinya sebagai guru. Profesional mengandung makna bahwa lulusan program studi ini mempunyai kualifikasi standar sesuai dengan regulasi yang ada di Indonesia. Sementara berwawasan global bermakna bahwa lulusan program studi S2 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris ini kita harapkan mampu bersaing di level internasional.
Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris merupakan pilihan yang tepat karena di sini Anda akan belajar dengan dosen-dosen yang profesional dan siap mengantarkan Anda menjadi tenaga pendidikan bahasa Inggris yang berwawasan lingkungan dan berjejaring global pada tahun 2025. Selain itu di Prodi NTBing juga sudah memiliki jurnal yang sudah terakreditasi nasional, itu namanya JOAL, dan itu terakreditasi DOACH dan Sinta 3. Itu cukup tinggi untuk program studi dan mungkin salah satu terbaik di UNIF saat ini dengan Sinta 3 itu.
Magister Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris merupakan salah satu prodi yang ada di Universitas Bengkulu untuk mencapai misi dan visi Universitas Bengkulu tahun 2022.
Selamat datang. Welcome to Postgraduate Program of English Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Bengkulu.
Hidup S2 Bahasa Inggris.
Prof. It seems that Prof. Lutfi is here now, but Pak Gumawang is not here.
Okay, we can start, Adin.
Wait. Wira?
Dihubungin dulu Bu Wisma dulu.
You're contacting Pak Gumawang.
Pak Gumawang is the second speaker, right?
Yes, but he wants to join the opening.
Okay.
Oke Pak ya.
Di balik hijaunya tanah Sumatera membentang dari utara hingga selatan. Garis pantai sepanjang mata memandang. Bengkulu menjadi rumah bagi beragam etnis dan budaya. Rumah bagi beragam hayati, flora langka nan eksotik. Keberagaman yang dimiliki Bengkulu menjadikannya unik, tak dapat dijumpai dimanapun. Berangkat dari pendirian Provinsi Bengkulu tahun 1968 mengharuskan berdirinya sebuah perguruan tinggi negeri. Dengan semangat tak kenal lelah, perjuangan dan dukungan dari setiap elemen, 1982 berdirilah Universitas Negeri pertama di Bengkulu. Universitas Bengkulu, lembaga pendidikan tinggi terbesar di Bengkulu, memiliki peran penting demi menjaga dan mengembangkan segala potensi yang ada. Dari bumi Rafflesia, Universitas Bengkulu menghasilkan sumber daya manusia berkarakter, berwawasan kemajuan, dan berdaya saing. Cita-cita besar perguruan tinggi ini diwujudkan dengan pengembangan keilmuan yang berbasis pada kebutuhan zaman. Fasilitas perkuliahan didirikan menjawab tantangan cepatnya perkembangan. Kualitas tenaga pendidik terus ditingkatkan sebab dunia harus ditaklukkan. Mengembangkan pendidikan dan penelitian merupakan misi besar bagi kami. Mendorong sivitas akademika menghasilkan karya berstatus hak atas kekayaan intelektual. Melaksanakan pengabdian sesuai dengan kebutuhan masyarakat lokal hingga internasional, serta mengembangkan mengembangkan sistem tata kelola universitas yang baik merupakan hal mutlak demi visi World Class University. Di era milenial ini, kami memahami pendidikan bukan hanya sebagai media untuk menimba ilmu, namun juga sebagai wadah pembentukan karakter manusia yang kompetitif, ingin belajar, dan memahami apa yang diinginkan dunia. Dari ruang-ruang kelas, kami mempersiapkan generasi terbaik. Generasi emas yang memiliki semangat kompetitif membara. Dari ruang-ruang kelas, kami mengembangkan ilmu untuk kami abdikan.
of Bengkulu is one of the state university in Indonesia, located in the province of Bengkulu and is considered one of the best 10 nationally in terms of the quality of human resources. It was established on April 24, 1982. The University of Bengkulu is laid out in area of 978,176 meters square, of which predominantly green open area puts University of Bengkulu respectively on number 11 and 168 on national and international rankings in terms of green metric campus. University of Bengkulu has a vision to become a world-class university in 2025. Faculties which are owned by the University of Bengkulu, among others, are Faculty of Education, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, The University of Bengkulu has complete campus facilities to support the education process.
Check.
With education staff who are competent and qualified in teaching, researching, and community development, University of Bengkulu continually produce qualified and competitive graduates. Currently, students at the University of Bengkulu are 16,000 students, and faculty members in total are 727, in which 204 of them are qualified doctors and 37 are full professors. Until 2015, the numbers of University of Bengkulu alumni are 43,274 alumni. University of Bengkulu also has facilities that support student activities such as Student Executive Body, Library, Radio Station, Dormitories,
Tapi tadi Mbak pas Profesor Stephen itu kan pagi-pagi ngobrol sama kan tadi tadi.
Campus Bus, and others. In an effort to improve the educational process and achieve its vision and mission, the University of Bengkulu is in collaboration with national and international universities and institutions.
My research experience here was investigating the movement pattern, or actually the activity of water monitors for the BIOWAC there in El Salvador on the campus of UNIV. My research on UNIV campus was looking at the daily seasonal and rotational activity of BIOWAC. UNIV has supported my research and my stay here considerably. I wouldn't have been able to have this experience without UNIV. Universitas BENGKULU, conveying a better future.
University of Bengkulu is one of the best 10 universities in Indonesia in terms of human resources quality. We are continuing to improve our quality by transforming our campus into smart campus, that is, university based on information and technology. We have been performing good university governance. All of these actions are processes to achieve our vision to be the world-class university in 2025. University of Bengkulu, conveying better future.
Okay, Prof. I think we can start because Pak Gumawang Jati is here now. Pak Gumawang, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay.
And Prof.
Yeah.
Supri is on the way to Chiang Mai, so he will be at Zoom Cloud meeting at 10:40 a.m.
Okay. Yep.
And Prof. Stefan is here. Okay, Bu Ira, Bu Is.
Okay, thank you, Pak Adin. Here we is.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to University of Bengkulu, Indonesia. We proudly present the second International Conference on the Teaching of English and Literature, University of Bengkulu, 2021. It's been a great honor for me, Puspita, and my partner, Sandra, to be standing here and welcoming every one of you in this conference.
Before we proceed the program today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Excellency Director of the University of Bengkulu, Dr. Retno Aditya Ekaputri, SMSc, Excellency the Vice Director of Academic Affairs of the University of Bengkulu, Professor Dr. Muhammad Lutfi Firdaus, SSc, Excellency the Head of the English Education Postgraduate Program of the University of Bengkulu, Professor Fatmil M.A. PhD. Excellency, keynote speaker from Panuri University, Malaysia, Professor Stephen J. Hall, welcome to Indonesia. Excellency, keynote speaker from Bandung Institute of Technology, Dr. Kunal Jati.
Excellency, a keynote speaker from Fatani University, Thailand, Assistant Professor Dr. Sukri Langpute, welcome to Indonesia. Excellency, a keynote speaker from University of Bengkulu, Dr. Dr. Syahrial, MA. The Honorable, all of the lecturers of the English Education Postgraduate Program University of Bengkulu. The Honorable, all presenters and participants of the second International Conference on the Teaching of English and Literature.
Honorable distinguished speaker, participant delegates, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's open this agenda by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is singing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Active lifestyle. UNIVERSITAS Eau de Glamour Hijab with body odor control formula for long-lasting halal luxury fragrance. UNIVERSITAS Eau de Glamour.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will hear an opening speech from Dr. Wisma Yunita, MPD. For Dr. Wisma Yunita, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Puspita, as the Master of Ceremony, and Sandra Hidayat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to everyone. Alhamdulillah. Praise be to Allah. This morning we are gathering in ourselves in this Zoom platform for the second ICOTEL seminars, and the Honorable, the Vice Rectors for the Academic Affair, Professor Lutfi Firdaus, and the Head of the English Education Study Program, Professor Safnil, our amazing speakers, four speakers for today, Professor Stephen G. Hall from Sunway University of Malaysia, and then Dr. Gemawang Jati, Pak Jati we call him usually, and then from the Institute Technology Bandung, and then the third one, Assistant Professor Dr. Sukri Lamputeh from Patani University, Thailand, and which is supposed to be the fourth speaker is Dr. Sahrial, but there's because there's something happened, he cannot be here, then will be replaced by Professor Safnil, PhD. All lecturers, the committee, the participants of the second ICOTEL, have a very good morning. I'm Wisma Yunita. On behalf of the chairman of the study program, welcome you all to our conference. This conference is the second conference for our study program. And this year, the topic will be engaging the students in active teaching and learning, especially in this online teaching and learning currently. And then we are so honorable to have the four amazing speakers that I had mentioned previously from Malaysia, from Thailand, and from Indonesia, and who will share their knowledge on the update knowledge on English language teaching, which will be beneficial for our students, especially at the University of Bengkulu, and also for all the presenters and also participants from all over Indonesia, because there are some from Jakarta and from Riau, and also from other provinces in Indonesia, and hopefully that we can get a lot of knowledge from that. And there will be this seminar today will be attended by 60 presenters and 60 presenters, yes, and 150 participants. So now it's 150 participants, and I hope this conference, which is will be continue to be held by our study program, the Faculty of Education, Teacher Training and Education, will continue to do this conference probably next year or so. So I hope you all, every one of you, including the presenters and the participants, will have something new from this conference, and the conference will run well. Thank you so much, and have a nice conference. Back to you, the Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much.
Thank you for Dr. Wisma Yunita for your opening speech.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to request the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs of University of Bengkulu, Professor Dr. Muhammad Lutfi Firdaus, to officially open the second International Conference on the Teaching of English and Literature 2021. Professor Lutfi, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Master of Ceremony. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah. Allahumma sholli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Firstly, I would like to thank Prof. Safnil and the lecturers. Here we have Dr. Wisma, Dr. Safriyadin, Dr. Irma from the Master Study Program of English Education or Prodi S2 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, FKIP Universitas Bengkulu, who routinely carry out academic activities such as today's ICOTEL International Seminars. Thanks also to the four honorable keynote speakers, Professor Stephen J. Hall, Dr. Gumawan Jati, Professor Sukri Langputeh, and Dr. Eric Sahrial, or I just heard replaced by Professor Safnil, who has been pleased to share their updated knowledge with the academic community or Civitas Academica at University of Bengkulu. As we all know that seminars like this are an opportunity to disseminate the latest results from the keynote speakers, which should be exploited by student and audience. The Master's Study Program of English Education, or Prodi S2 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris itself, will soon accredit with unggul or superior target. I believe activities such as this ICOTEL seminar will further convince the assessors of BAN-PT to give the best result on the accreditation. Okay, without further ado, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open the second ICOTEL or International Conference on the Teaching of English and Literature. Hopefully, we, audience and students can take a lot of benefits and knowledge from the keynote speaker's speech, especially on the topic of engaging students in active online teaching and learning. Okay, happy seminars everyone. Stay safe and keep healthy. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much from Prof. Lutfi.
The next agenda is praying. Let's pray together based on our respecting religion and belief. Time is now. Finish.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we move to virtual photo sessions. Please kindly all the participants to get ready and activate the Zoom meeting video because we're going to start the photo session, please. Okay, thank you so much.
Those are the agendas we have presented to you this morning as we have finished our opening ceremony. Thank you very much for your attention. We apologize for our mistake. Let's close this agenda by reciting Hamdalah.
Alhamdulillah.
See you on the next conference.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to our main program, plenary session, who will be led by two moderators. First, Dr. Wisma Yunita MPD. She is the head of Language Center of University of Bengkulu. And the second one is Dr. Dedi Sofian M. Hum. And we know that he is the head of the Department of Language and Art Education of University of.
Nggak bisa bekerja kalau begini.
Okay, we start that. All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Mr. Sandra Hidayat. Good morning again, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second seminar, International Conference on the Teaching of English and Literature of the English Education Postgraduate Program of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of the University of Bengkulu. This second ICOTEL has the theme engaging students in active teaching and learning. So first, let me introduce myself. My name is Wisma Yunita again from the English Education Postgraduate Study Program of the University of Bengkulu. And I'll be responsible for hosting this first session of the conference today. And I'm glad to welcome Professor Stephen Hall from Sunway University, Malaysia, and who will present his talk entitled Facilitating Ownership, Present and Placemaking Through Online Interaction, Reflection on the Practical. And the second speakers will be Dr. Gumawang Jati from Institut Teknologi Bandung, who is also a very popular one from in a conference or seminar, and he will give the topic, or will deliver the topic with the title How to Engage Students in Online Learning. Ladies and gentlemen, the first session of this conference will consist of two parts, the presentation and a question and answer session. And you can also, the audience can also directly ask the speaker on the Q&A session later on, or write your question on the Zoom chat by mentioning your name and your institution. And I will read the question later on for the speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read the CVs of our first speakers, Professor Stephen G.F. Hall, and he has the degree with the BSc in Econ and then MSc and PhD from London, and he also got the honorary doctorate from the University of Pretoria, and working experience from 2005 until today is from Leicester University, and the professor of economics. And
you got the wrong one.
I got the wrong CV, bro?
Yes, you have.
I got this from the committee, that's the wrong CV, so probably later on you can complete the introduction, but I saw that you got a lot of work experience, also academic and commercial consultancy, and becoming speakers in many conferences and also committees in several institutions, and also external examining for students from many universities, from Surrey University, Cardiff, Reading, Warwick University, and also you got a lot of research grant from the one of them is the Politics and Finance grant number so many that I will read, but later on probably Professor Hall will add more information if I got the wrong CV. And Professor Stephen Hall, you will have like more than around 60 minutes for the presentation. So without further ado, let us welcome our first speaker, Professor Dr. Stephen Hall from Sunway University, Malaysia. Prof, the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Selamat pagi.
Selamat
Sekarang
pagi.
untuk presentasi ini saya cakap dalam bahasa Inggeris sebabnya bahasa saya itu sama rojak, itu campur-campur dengan bahasa Melayu. So I'm going to speak in English so you don't have to suffer my bad bahasa, which is all now rather campur-campur. I live here in Malaysia and I work for Sunway University, which is a not-for-profit private university, and we, like you, have been pushed into being online. We had no choice when COVID first struck, and like you, we had to go through a sudden process. And we were just about to start a semester, so in 3 weeks, we had to go totally online. We had 3 weeks. It was a lot of work. It was challenging. And the biggest challenge is what this conference is going to address. The biggest challenge is engagement. It's getting students to actually be in the class and be in the class. So just give me a minute to share screen, but a couple of ground rules that would make things easier. In order for the signal to be good, because probably in Indonesia, you have some of the challenges we have in Malaysia. The bandwidth isn't all it should be sometimes. So if you could be so kind as to mute your mics and turn off your video if you're not presenting, because then we get a better signal. If nothing else, you'll get used to my New Zealand accent, because Prof. Safnil and I actually studied together as undergraduates a long time ago at Victoria University of Wellington. So that's the connection, but we're going back quite a way when we were undergraduates in New Zealand. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm sad that I can't be there in person to eat your lovely seafood and drink your wonderful coffee. So instead, here we are online. And I'm going to now ask you to just give me a couple of minutes to set up my slides for, I'm going to use PowerPoint in this case, yeah. Okay, let me just move my head. Okay, now hopefully you can all see slides. What I want to do is I want to try and make this as interactive and demonstrate engagement as much as possible. So what I do is I use chat a lot. I use chat a lot because we want to get some sense of engagement. And what I want to do is to talk about ownership, presence, and placemaking through interaction. And what I want to do is to really try and look at the technical and the educational challenges that we have with three main concepts. One is ownership of the process. The second is building your presence. And the third is a concept of what is termed by David White in his wonderful work, placemaking. So I want to take these three concepts and use them. But here's what I'd like you to do. Please, you're probably aware of it, but there is such a thing as the reactions button, and I'm going to ask you at some times to use the reactions button. Secondly, you can interrupt me anytime with questions in the chat box, and I'm quite used to thinking on my feet. So I'm happy to have questions coming in the chat box, apart from when are you going to finish? That question I'm not going to answer because you know already. So what I want to do is to talk about ownership, presence, and placemaking. I'm not going to use my avatar that you see over here, but I want to talk about how these concepts can inform what we're doing when we are online. Firstly, you will notice that as I talk, I place a lot of emphasis on varying the pace and changing the rhythm as I'm talking, and giving people space to think, because they just see this talking head and some slides. They don't really get a lot of the non-verbals that are missing. The thing about ownership is we have no choice. It is a reality. We were pushed into change like you have been. And sometimes, of course, we're working with technical difficulties. That's a whole nother paper. But in Malaysia, we had situations just like in Indonesia. We had situations where kids were climbing up trees so they could get the Wi-Fi signal to do exams. And this is in East Malaysia. Now, often the biggest thing in this ownership of the process is the students know more about online than the educators. And usually they're more digitally connected on their phones. And so later on, I'm going to say how some of the things to do with phones cannot be ignored, not just on the web. And my other main point is we need to reflect on who we are as teachers and facilitators. So ownership of learning means not ownership of teaching. It's ownership of the students' learning. And far too often, as in this photograph of a yoga teacher, it is transmission method that has just gone online. And this is a problem we have because people don't just want to listen to this idea that the student is a vessel waiting to be filled up. And it's not really transmission that works anymore. And yet, so often I see online the kind of thing I'm doing now. And that is the cultural tradition of the upfront power source. And in my research and the research of others, we found out that often, and this is in rural Malaysia, my research and the research of Moses Samuel and Ming Tiwa, we often found that teachers say they do group work, but they don't. And they often, in fact, just talk at students. So I'm going to suggest, and I can't do it now, but what I would have done if I'm teaching my normal graduate academic writing classes, I use rooms because students need to learn from each other rather than this model of teaching the teacher as transmission. And you and I know that in our area, in Malaysia and Indonesia, we have a lot of status, sorry, we have a lot of status as a teacher, but it's the learning that's important. So we move on from the past world. Now, is this recent? Have a read. Socrates, 5th century BC. Now, if we're doing this and we're online and we're not getting output, all we're doing is getting our students to be very good listeners, but most of them are used to this world online, especially boys, teenage boys in secondary schools. This is their online world. Now, what are we doing to be part of this? And to engage them, we are in competition with this. Remembering that our words are still powerful, as Nietzsche said a long time ago. So we have an important role to facilitate ownership, cultivate presence, and create placemaking. So these are the three themes I will explore. Okay, so if you're all good with that, can I see a reaction with a virtual thumbs up, please? I'm looking for reactions. Down on the reactions button. Thank you. Okay, reactions button, thumbs up. Good, good. Thank you very much. Thank you. My moderators really switched on this morning. Thank you, Wisma Unita, and others. Great. So here we go. Ownership. Hey, students are already there. They already own the online, but through their phones. And many people don't realize that ownership is in not just on the web, but on the mobile world. And what do students do with this? So this is students from my university, Sunway University in Bandar Sunway, Malaysia. This is research I did just before COVID. And these were students studying business, okay? They like the phones, they like online materials. They think lecturers need to change their role and they want to know more about visual literacy. There's a slight problem. The students said, oh, the online infrastructure isn't up to it. Yeah, we know. They preferred live to recorded learning, but they valued when we shared recorded material with them. Now, this is something that I think will not go away. Record a lecture, you can go back to it, you can relearn. Now, students missed face-to-face, and in a later survey, they said, however, that blended learning is here to stay. And in line with this, it's worthwhile going all the way back to Marshall McLuhan. Have a quiet read and a change from listening to my Kiwi accent. Now, Marshall McLuhan wrote this in the late 60s, and it's even more relevant now. So I'm going to argue that as educators, we need to think about how are we positioned with the technology? What about ourselves? Because it's a digital world. This is a very delicious piece of digital art from an exhibition in Jogja that I went to in 2018. So the digital world, the digital realities are here to stay. Even if you're in a place like this is a school parking lot in Sarawak. Yes, it's the school bus parking lot. We still have this happening today. Now, we have no choice but to own the process because we're all Netsians with our digitally extended self. So I'm now going to suggest that in order to work with this process, we have to know who we are. Yeah, we have to understand who we are and realize that you have an online presence anyway. Outside the classroom, you have an online presence. And it is often to do with first appearances, as Hogg talks about in social psychology. We all have online identities. So perhaps it's useful in looking at embracing who we are online because we have a digitally extended self. Yeah, I got myself up to date with Prof. Safnil when he contacted me about this seminar by looking at him online. I dug around and I saw that he's built his career and so on. And what I was doing was exploring his digitally extended self. Now, I know that educators don't like mobile phones in schools, for example. But you have to remember that at one time, educators didn't like ballpoint pens or markers. It all had to be fountain pens. So I think things are going to change. But remember, we all have a digitally extended self. Ask Uncle Google if you want to know more about this idea. So I have a digitally extended self. This is my, haram hobby of wine drinking. I come from a New Zealand area famous for wine. I also have another site, which is to do with traveling. And I have another Facebook page, which is a Center for English Language Studies at Sunway University. So I have a conscious digital self. And I'm aware that we need to think about the fact that there is data mining of ourselves and that the students, they will go and find out about you online. So who are you online? And we need to consider that images and image making are part of engagement online. Because often we have students embracing short texts without analysis, not considering what's happening. So part of engagement is our online awareness and what we do. Thinking about who we are, because artificial intelligence is mining us. It's a very good book from Harvard University Press called The Atlas of AI, the Atlas of Artificial Intelligence. In other words, everyone on this session, everyone in this wonderful conference has a digital presence. So we need to start with who are we, because we are being searched in mind. And are the students aware of this? And are they aware of critical digital literacy? It's a skill they have to have. Are they able to find out what is fake news? You know, we had the idiot orange man Trump, specialist in fake news. But images can be searched. How real are they? And are we including in our English language skills critical digital literacy? So here's a task. I'm going to get you to do something because I've talked for 15 minutes, and in my experience, students wander off in their head after 15 minutes. They go somewhere else, you know. They see their name on screen, but they're busy on WhatsApp or whatever. So I asked students to consider how they engage with being online. And how do they describe themselves online? Whether it's Facebook, TikTok, Twitch, or whatever. Now in Instagram, now my son tells me, Facebook is for aunties and uncles, old people. So no, we don't do that anymore. We do Instagram and TikTok. No, you don't know anything. So I ask us to consider this. Now just think for yourself, what differs between your online self and how are you in the classroom? Because be aware, the students will find out. They will data mine you. So I actually get my students in graduate writing classes, because I also teach some subjects on digital literacy. I ask them to say, how would you describe yourself on your online presence? Because an employer is going to find you. And I do this with my staff. I digitally search them out. CVs are easy to write a nice CV, but what do you really like? Aha. So I have 45 lecturers in my center, and all the ones that were recently hired, I go dig around on the net to see who are you and who are you as an educator. Are you able to see what's happening online with web page traps? Are you able to work out fake news? Because part of the literacy, part of language is to be able to see what is true and what is not true. So here's some sites that help. So I think we need to include in our reading skills what's happening with online texts. How accurate are they? Yeah. What's the buy-in text that is online? Because you know that websites and advertisements are always trying to get you in with clickbait. You know, these people that become millionaires from YouTube because of all the ads at the side. And what do they want you to do? So as educators, are we fostering ownership of online texts as well as print? Because we have no choice, even more so with COVID. Everything is online, right? So are we looking at what's happening in terms of the text that students might like to read rather than academic, boring stuff, kind of stuff I write? So I think we need to, with students and ourselves, we have to unpack the filters that are at work. Sometimes students think everything is Google. Ask Uncle and Auntie Google. But Google only really goes to 15% of the web. Are we educating our learners in the use of databases? Because of Google, of course, will give you more of what you like. And are we using online literacy to teach the vocabulary of what is general and what is specific so that they know how to search? So teaching how to search is a very valuable writing skill and vocabulary development tool, so that we get them to see that online there's authority positioning, there's a click that they want you to do. And if you don't have enough vocab, you can't do any of it. Okay, because we have change. Oh, how I miss this. This is me in East Kalimantan, where I can't be now, and just like I can't be where you are in your wonderful town, interesting town of Bengkulu. And it's now a different world. We don't have this anymore, right? And we have big problems with assessment online. That's another whole ball game. So ownership, you have no choice. We have to own the online world. It's not going to go away. It has advantages like this conference we have here, where we have people from Sulawesi, we have people from Malaysia, we have people from Java, and so on. So ownership, we are all involved in the process. And I suggest we need to reflect on who we are online as part of that, because we need to build presence, engagement. And this is a tension between the promises of online, because online is instant, it's mass, it's endless information. It's multimodal. By that, I mean images are a big part of online. It's way beyond just words, and it's on demand. You can rewind. And we have got these promises to work with to ensure presence. So I could be sitting on this beach in my hometown in Gisborne, New Zealand, which I can't go to at the moment. And I could be sitting there learning languages through Duolingo. And this is the tension we have. It's everywhere, but how are we making them see us? So what I'd like you to do is, you all have a mobile phone with you, I assume. Yeah, it's a bit like asking somebody if they have had breakfast. But what I'd like you to do, I'm arguing that ownership, we all have to own things. I would like you to go onto this website and see how we have no choice but to be digital owners, okay? So can you go onto this website and just see why ownership has to be, we have little choice, okay? Can you take a minute or so to go onto this website? And then type any reactions into the chat box. I want to hear reactions, see reactions in the chat box. Any single words, sentences, reactions? Thanks, Gurmuang. Now, have a look at how some of this means we have long texts still in operation. Look at the number of blogs. Look at the number of websites. This is real time, and it's built by Tim Werner, the creator of the internet, and he offers it free. So, ownership, we all have to. Yeah. Yes, there's a huge number of users. And look, it is not all short text WhatsApps. Look at the number of websites, because a website is more authoritative than a WhatsApp, right? Look at the number of blogs. We have no choice with ownership because we have to own this radical change. Any other thoughts? Some of you are very quiet. We have 154 of us and I've read only 5 comments. What do you think? What's an interesting fact you find? Yes, the artificial intelligence never sleeps. And the numbers keep moving and growing. And it's huge, right? Now, are we part of it? I don't think we have many choice but to be part of it. Yeah, it's big business. And that's the thing that people are paying for, working with. Okay, I hope you find that interesting. Yes, every second number of users is increasing. So what we see here is the digital divide is becoming narrower, and it certainly needs to become narrower. And we see that ownership is something we have little choice, but we also need to make our presence because there is a lot of competition. Yeah, and Google is not the only search engine as well, of course. So take a note of that or take a picture, as my students like to do, of that if you like, because I find it an interesting, live, authentic site showing us that digital world is here to stay. Let me give you another example. You are all language teachers and language learners. Here's some other interesting facts. Mobile assisted language learning has grown, and it's certainly grown a lot with COVID, of course, because we've had stay at home. I mean, I know my house so intimately now because, like you, we've had a lot of lockdown in Malaysia. How about this? These are people learning languages with phones. It includes me. I keep my French going, and I try to improve my Korean so I can talk to my grandson, who's half Korean, and I use Duolingo. Okay, that should be million learners. I did this late last night. So Duolingo, 300 million learners. App Store, there are 200,000 educational apps. So it's huge, and it could outpace what I'm doing now. And I don't think blended learning is going to go away. What has happened with us in COVID in Malaysia is that the e-economy and the e-delivery economy has grown incredibly. So we can probably, like you can inside this, in the cities in Indonesia, you can buy anything, yeah? GoJet and all that, and we have Lazada and so on. And aligning with that is the fact that teaching and learning is also more online than ever before. So presence is to do with ownership, I've talked about, is to do with engagement or participation. And there's a really nice reference here to David White from London College of Art, who talks about presence. So this is a concept I'd like to develop. How do we get presence? Practicality. A lot of my classes, I will not start them until they turn the video on, because I find it really, really difficult to talk to initials. So I have clear on, video on, off. I know that sometimes there's connectivity, but the problem with students is they can sign in, go away, have a cup of coffee, play computer games on their other computer, and then come back. You don't know if they're there or not, right? So I use names. I get to know the names of my students, and you and I do this when we teach face-to-face, but I think it's very important. So I try and create presence too of myself and my university by using the backdrop. And I use rooms a lot. So I use peer-to-peer interaction. So even if I'm using Zoom, I use interactive tools like Kahoot, Padlet, Miro, Socrative. Now, if you go online for interactive teaching tools, you will find which ones are free and which ones are free but don't give you much and then try to get you to pay. Trying to get the university to pay for the licenses is fun. I say to them, look, I've got 35 of my lecturers using Kahoot. We want Kahoot Pro. Why don't you get it university-wide? No, it's so expensive. And I go, no, but you want happy students. It's vital. Okay, I can see some administrators going, yeah. So I want a sense of community. Yeah, so I use the class's name quite a bit and I use group rooms. Many of my students even go and set up their own WhatsApp group. Okay, so they use a WhatsApp group to say crazy things about me, maybe, ha ha ha, or else what they do is they actually swap information in a WhatsApp group. I actually have a colleague in Kida teaching in the middle of the rice fields, no kidding, in the middle of the paddy, and she is using WhatsApp with Telegram because the connection's so bad. So she managed to get the school to pay for the kids to get mobile data on their phones. It's cheaper than the family buying a computer. So they still want community and they want interaction. And sometimes it's just by doing crazy things like this. This is my colleague Kenny in our intensive English program with students. He's got here one student's in Japan, another one's in Korea, and the rest are in Malaysia. So he got it all to, so these kind of things, they might look like the kids' stuff, but people want a sense of presence. They want to know that the talking head is there, but is the listening talking head. Okay, so yes, I agree with you, Gumuang, that blended learning is not going to go away. So engagement, the theme, the very, very important theme of this conference. Engagement and presence are a bit the same. I come to class early. You know why? Sometimes the students will talk to you before the others are there. You remember the old days when you sat at the desk at the front of the class and they would come to you before the class. As soon as someone else comes in, they disappear. Malu, you know. Or afterwards they'll come up. You've asked already the stupidest question in a classroom. Are there any questions? It's a stupid question, right? Because then, no, I don't want to show I'm dumb. Again, malula. And afterwards, they come and ask you the question. So I do that online and I tell them this. I'll come in early. You can ask me anything. And I'll stay 10 minutes more. You can ask me anything. And you see them drop off, and you know, okay, here comes a question from him or her. So I use chat a lot, before, during, and after. I do videos on and off if the bandwidth permits. A couple of my classes, my graduate classes, have got a WhatsApp group that I'm in, but I tell them I only answer during office hours because otherwise you know, students, midnight, ding, because the assignment's due in tomorrow. So no, I don't want that. So I do use WhatsApp groups, but I govern it. And it's the same with chat. I try to get comments in chat focused. Sometimes I will just say this. I want you now to take a piece of, where is it? This old-fashioned stuff, it's called paper. And this thing here, I've got to hold up. This is called a pen, yeah. And I want you to write on the pen and paper a question you have for Orangila Professor Stephen J. Hall. Can you write a question? Can you do that? I'd like you to actually do that. Can you write a question? I'm blending the learning, right? You don't have to go online. Just write the question, pen and paper. That's a very good trick. So later on, when I ask, are there any questions? I know I've got some questions. Haha. But also, if you get the students to write questions, they're thinking about the topic. Yeah. What I've also do sometimes, I give them an on-screen text, and I ask them to write questions about what they see on screen. They can even write them on pen and paper, scan them, and drop the scan into a Dropbox kind of site, if you like. So I get them to actually look at the text. You can do your writing with pen and paper, take a picture of it and send it to here, and then I can read it. So I'm blending the different modalities, right? And you and I know from vocabulary learning that you need, as my Professor Paul Nation says, you need productive output. So getting them to write questions, I think, is really, really useful. I even give them a passage and say, okay, you know, normally we do comprehension questions at the end of a passage. So I tell them the opposite. Okay, read this passage, write the comprehension questions. They can't write the comprehension questions if they don't understand the passage. And by getting them to write questions, it also prepares them for answering questions in exams. So questions are important. Now, so that's what I talked about. Write, scan, and use cloud sharing like WeTransfer. WeTransfer is free, right? Or Dropbox. And secondly, there are a lot of good free apps. So sometimes I use voice feedback to students with this app called Vocaroo. It has a very important thing going on in Vocaroo. It's free, gratis. I like things that are free, and so does my university administration. I now come to the third part of this talk, which is to do with place making. What do I mean by place making? Often it seems very distant when you just have the talking head like me. Yeah, I'm just a talking head. And maybe the students don't feel they really belong. So I'm going to offer some suggestions for personalizing and sharing community. And we're back to the same old things we used to do when we do face-to-face. Know your students. Add some of the social elements into the before and after the session. Don't be afraid of humor. I think humor is very important, even if sometimes they don't get my jokes. So as we build community, and our communities are very diverse, this is a picture of Malaysians from East Malaysia. Many people don't know that we are a bit like Indonesia. We actually have 137 languages in Malaysia. And a bit like you, everybody speaks 3 or 4, right? So we have the national language, but sometimes we should celebrate the identity of our learners. And I do this by also saying, here's a picture of me with my lovely wife, Lee Soo Kim. She's a Nonya, right? From Malacca, yeah? And you can Google her. So she writes now. She's retired from being a professor. I'm the only one still mad enough to keep working. But anyway, so, and you notice we are into batik. So I too am an online learner. These are some of the principles that I try and communicate. Do you think I knew about Zoom before COVID-19? Only a very little bit. Do you think I knew about Kahoot and Padlet because we've had blended learning in the Center for English Language Studies for 4 to 5 years. So I also use images to communicate. So you can see I've been in the region a while. So this is us in Singapore at a Peranakan Association meeting. And I accept different answers. Now this is important because you and I know we have too much exam dominance, right? Examinations. But especially at the level many of you are teaching, we need to think that there can be different answers. And I give and accept specific praise. I raised this issue, as I did in an article with my friend and colleague, George Jacobs, because quite often as educators, we're very quick to spot the error, right? The mistakes. We like to bleed all over the page, you know, the red pen days. But I think it's important that we accept specific praise and tell them too, look, I know you want to pass the exams. I've had to go through passing exams. But I want to share that just like now, I'm a reflective Netzian. Huh? What do I mean about reflective Netzian? Yes, Gumawang's got a very good point in the chat here. I use this to give spoken feedback, vokaru.com. Have a look in the chat. Spoken feedback, because people need to be able to listen to the subject matter, not just read it. So I agree with you. That's fantastic. Flora here. Oh, hi, Flora. Great to see you here. So all the way from East Java, talkandcomment.com. Also very good. So check these out, and we're getting some great ideas from our colleagues in the chat box. Check it out. These are both two practitioners who really work with blended learning in an innovative way. So in the Center for English Language Studies, where I work, we have people who never used YouTube before, but what we've had to do is to put ourselves out there online. So you can check this out on YouTube if you like, because we had a symposium that shows the advantage of us creating presence, working with ownership, and making a sense of place online. The advantage is we can go global, right? Just like we have people here from Surabaya and Sulawesi. So we need to create, though, a sense of place of where we come from. So in my case, as I told you, I'm from Someway, the Center for English Language Studies. But really, we are teachers, we are educators. We have to start with ourselves. So I'm going to move to the point that, yes, ownership, we have no choice. We've got to own the process. Yes, the presence we create is important. So is the sense of place. But we really need to start with ourselves. And who are we? And are we ongoing learners as a digitally extended person? Yeah? Go and find yourself online. As an academic, I suffer from the misfortune of having a guy called Stephen J. Hall, who has published 156 articles. Stephen John Hall is a specialist in, wait for it, fish sex. Yeah, how fish reproduce. So my online presence sometimes gets messed up with a guy who specializes on how fish reproduce. So we need to think about what we do in the classroom with this. I think modeling questioning is important. Compare and contrast is important. And contrast the different modes. How does this online text vary from the written text in print? And check with the tools that are part of digital literacy. How are we able to find out the validity? And are we crediting sources and using visuals? You know, visuals are so important in language learning. I was once a primary school teacher, And when you teach 9-year-olds, you have to have pictures. If you don't, they're like, boring. But now visuals are part of the world for everybody. And you can explore these kind of issues too, because the other beauty about us being Netsians, we're able to share things. So I'd just like to do a commercial break here. You like this one, Flora? Commercial break for Teachers' Voices. So this is a professional site. And the beauty about being a digitally aware citizen is that you are able to network with many people and a lot of expertise. So this site is not for language learning, it's for people in language education. And Willie Renadia and Boo Flora were instrumental in setting this up, and they did a great job. Started bilingual, now we're up to about 12,000 people, I think, Flora, yeah? So we are learners. We make mistakes. And sometimes in Malaysia, my learners get all malu, they make mistakes. The Japanese are even worse. Oh, they make a mistake. Oh, it's the end of the world. But that's how we learn. And so I model with them that as an academic writer, I'm writing, rewriting, changing, and it's part of the process. So I also talk to them about, what do you do when you see a new word? What about a new vocabulary? Are you playing with language? So now I'd like to go into some practical pedagogy things to do with engaging online learners. Because ownership, presence, and placemaking are actually built on tried and tested principles. Now, I may be telling you a lot of what you know, but I think it's important to remember that online, these principles that we know from classrooms still apply, and that our learners are motivated by spaced, significant repetition, rewards, and a sense of achievement. How do mobile phone apps work? They reward you. Whoa, I've gone up a level. Whee, I'm this on the board. So our students are used to this reward structure with online games, and it's huge. It's a big industry, right? So that thing is actually linked to language learning by spaced, significant repetition, rewards, and a sense of achievement. Let me repeat, spaced, significant repetition. So if they're going to learn new concepts or new words, they've really got to meet them in different ways and daily in terms of language learning. If you don't use it, you lose it. My New Zealand Maori is not very good because I don't have many people to speak with. So I've lost a lot of it. It's important that we don't waste the time of our learners, and we look at the significant vocabulary and grammar, using frequent vocabulary. It's also important that we develop reading. Now, we don't have to have a big library because it's all online. So I'd like to do a plug for the Extensive Reading Foundation for your learners. Graded readers for free. It's online. You don't need the physical book, and yet the content is engaging, and some of them are interactive. So check out all the wonderful tools that are online for us to use. And think about repetition in varied contexts. As my prof, and Safniel and I both had the fortune to be taught by Paul Nation, said you need repetition in different contexts. So that means blended learning has got many advantages to just being print-based. So we can have meaning-focused input. Give them a chance for output. Look at the apps that provide for Blackboard-type situations online. Look at what can happen with Padlet, where they're writing. Yeah? Are they using what is on a mobile phone, the recording device, to send you examples of their English language that you can respond to, either through Vokaru or just sending them a recording? Because now spoken language is even more important with videos. That's why when people got worried about SMS, I said, it's going to die. It's all going to go face-to-face and video, and it has. And if you're interested in fundamental principles, check out the work of Paul Nation that I've referenced here, especially in vocabulary. Don't waste time. Just teach the very important stuff as we build from acquired meaning, from simple to complex, through output and conversation. So back to Socrates. Remember Socrates? Don't worry, I'm not going to go over time, Visma, don't worry. You remember Socrates at the beginning saying questioning was important? So how do we do this in post-pandemic learning? We've got to avoid Zoom fatigue. There's a paper on Zoom fatigue. If you ask Uncle Google, you'll find it. The paper on Zoom fatigue says, not too much of this. Chunk it, 10-minute chunks. Guide the language in peer learning. Use rooms and model questioning through the chat. Cross modalities and text types and go beyond teacher transmission by enhancing questioning, stimulating vocabulary. I say even the back row boys, because I've done a lot of work in secondary education and the boys always sit at the back and don't learn anything. So, so stimulate vocab for all and decide on a policy for new text types and question, and questions. So what I'd like you to do now is you look down at that piece of paper and the pen, and I know you have questions. So I'm going to finish off a very important thing, which is questions, because it is through questioning and building questioning in our learners that we stimulate learning. So I welcome questions. Perhaps if you use the chat, it's the easiest. So could you please type questions in the box? And I welcome any reactions. I hope I've kept you all awake. So could I have a reaction so I know you're still here? Any reactions? Thank you. Any other reactions? We have 152 of us. 2 people have gone to lunch. Thank you, Liz. Anyone else? Thank you very much, Nathaniel. Great. Great to hear from you. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Shinta. Thank you, Gumawan. Great. Great to have the reactions. So now could I have questions in the chat box, please, to finish off? Now, if you want to know I should have given you heaps of references and bored you like that, but you can find references on this website, stephenjhall.com. It's my website, and you'll find some of the theoretical things are in the website. So please, you're most welcome to dig around there if you wish. But do we have any questions to finish off? No questions?
Well, probably they are still thinking about what is the question, Prof. Stephen. So yeah. Probably you can conclude that, and later on we can also have the after the second session, the second presenter, we can also provide the time for them to ask questions. Probably they're still thinking about what to ask questions, because you have a very fruitful presentation about this. So probably back to you to really finish this. Okay.
Thank you very much, everyone, for listening. I hope you found it useful, and I look forward to listening to the other presenters and the rest of the sharing for this conference. Thank you very much for being with me here this Saturday morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Stephen Hall. So you are a friend of Prof. Safnil when you were in New Zealand, right?
This is undergraduate days, and it's like how many decades ago?
All right. All right. Thank you so much for the amazing and fruitful presentation from Professor Hall. And one thing that I can remember and quote that blended learning is not going to go away. So after this pandemic, and probably some of us probably also like when you are asked, do you like to go back to class offline? Some probably will say, oh, I would like to have it half online and half offline, probably, right?
Well, we have half. We just started 2 weeks ago, half online and half offline.
Yeah.
And it's quite interesting that not many of the students have come back for the face-to-face yet because we still have COVID in action. So they're playing it safe. So we'll wait and see. I think one thing that will stay are recorded lectures, so people can refer to them and maybe don't have to use the textbook. And so they come to tutorials prepared by having watched the recorded lecture at their own time, which for most of our students means some horrible time late at night, you know. But so I think the blended learning is here to stay, and certainly in terms of outreach. So now the Ministry of Education in Malaysia has given a lot of support for open distant learning as well.
Right.
So I think this is a trend that we're all going.
True. Thank you so much, Professor Hall. And now we are going to the next speakers, Dr. Gumawang Jati. Pak Gumawang, I will call him Pak. And Pak Jati.
Yeah, hi. Morning, Ibu.
Good morning, Pak Jati. I saw you in many workshops and conferences as well. And allow me to read a little bit about the CVs of Dr. Jati, Pak Jati. And Pak Jati is the senior English lecturer and teacher trainer. And he is, his education is S1 degree from IKIP Sanata Dharma, probably similar to Prof. Willy or Bufora. And then Master of Art from the University of Warwick, England, and a doctoral degree from UP, Bandung. And Pak Jati field of competence is English language teaching, teacher training, and digital material development and ICT in education. Very famous about this ICT. He's also the president of ICOTEL, which the workshop also follows some. And then currently still the English teachers or the lecturer at the Institute of Technology Bandung. Got a lot of projects with the British Council and also Adaro Foundation and also CMO. And becoming the, as I said before, becoming the speakers, the plenary speakers in Bandung, Denpasar, Cirebon, Yogyakarta, and Palembang, Padang, and Pontianak, Surabaya, and now in Bengkulu. Hopefully we will have you offline sometime, invite you to Bengkulu so you can see that Bengkulu has a very beautiful beach. We have Pantai Panjang, which is good one. And without further ado now, Pak Gumawang, Pak Jati, and you will have like 45 minutes to present your talk, and we would love to hear from you on how to engage students in online learning. Pak Jati, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Yunita. Hi, everyone. I'm not going to talk actually. I'm going to share things with you, and we try to play games online and show what's engagement. So, like Professor Stephen has mentioned a lot of things about engagement. Then I'm going to highlight later on the way. My connection is okay. Let's see. Okay. Can you see my screen then? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, good. So how to engage student in online learning? It's already mentioned earlier by Professor Stephen Hall. So I'm going to put that more in practice and to play around with you. We're going to look at the type of interaction, tips of increasing student engagement. Then we're going to practice brainstorming and discussion activities online. The time is very short. Then I'm going to mention some interaction with AI. Let's try my best. Please help me by participating in the chat. Yeah. Now, what text tools or apps do you use for teaching? I'm going to share the link that you have to answer that in the chat box, so that's easier. Yeah, so that's easier and quicker. Just a second. Okay, so you can answer there. What apps do you use for teaching? One app at a time and then press enter. Yeah. Okay. Maybe the attendance a bit later because that will. Okay, I share again the link in the chat box, please. Yeah, it's Answer Garden. Don't answer it in the chat box. Answer it in the Answer Garden. So click that link and then answer it there. Okay, so some of you use TikTok, YouTube, Gform. Okay, Yanti, you can use in the answer it not in the chat box, but in the Answer Garden. Okay, so you're using a lot of apps during the pandemic, but the most beautiful one, the most popular one is Zoom. Yeah, it's a high bandwidth actually, unfortunately. Okay, so this is a type of interaction that you can use very quickly at the beginning of your class using Answer Garden. Answer Garden, you do not need an account. The student, they don't need an account. So it's very easy to create. Yeah, if you're interested in having this type of interactivity, then I already provide you with the tutorial link. Yeah, in here later. Okay, good. So that's interaction, low bandwidth. So if you have a WhatsApp and you have a discussion online, teaching vocabulary, you do not need Zoom. Zoom is not for vocabulary. Yeah, you can interact with this. List 10 words that you know about your house, for example. Then they will type that all of the vocabulary that they know in the Answer Garden. Why Answer Garden? Then you can save that. If you use that practice in a WhatsApp, it's very difficult in a WhatsApp group. Yeah, so that's an alternative for that. So this is the interaction for online learning. We have a cognitive presence, learning with the material. That's very easy. A lot of software that you can build on that. Teaching presence. That's interaction with the teacher using Zoom, of course, but not necessarily using Zoom. You can use WhatsApp. You can interact in another way. The most difficult one is the social presence, the interaction between student and student. Yeah, the power of Answer Garden here, so that they will feel that their friend are around them, answering the questions. Their friend is not there. The interaction between students is not happening, but they feel that, oh yeah, my friend answered that. So they see the answer from their friend, they learn from their friend indirectly, and so on. Because to create social presence, even in Zoom, if you have a breakout room, and then you ask them to do discussion, might not work. The good student or the aggressive student, they will definitely dominate the discussion. In Zoom, you cannot have like similar real interaction. You have to take turn. If Ibu Yunita speak and I speak, no one can hear that because, yeah. So breakout room, again, it can be interaction, but the social presence for shy students maybe will be hard there. Yeah. Okay, let's move on then. This is engagement. Tips for engagement. Provide active learning. Professor Steve using a lot of chat. Very good. So that's active, not just listening. Learning social, low bandwidth technology tools using Telegram, using WhatsApp being used. I'm introducing Answer Garden. Maybe you can use that. Yeah. Provide lively, useful feedback. Feedback should be short. Yeah, it's not like feedback inside the classroom that you can see their smile, you have the sense of presence. So it should be short, time efficiently. Yeah. Self-assessment opportunity for working with artificial intelligence. I'm going to talk about that later on so that the student will engage with the materials. Yeah. Okay. Another one, brainstorming activity. It's very important. Don't go directly to your subject. Brainstorm first, using a lot of tools, Answer Garden, Kahoot, WhatsApp, yeah, to tap the prior knowledge so that they are ready before you giving lecture. Most of us, my slide, and then you go boom, 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 and the students are not ready with that. Yeah. Give all students chance to express their thought and their feelings, their ideas. Yeah. Eliminate the fear of failure. Anonymous, that's maybe a good one. Eliminate the fear of risk taking. Yeah. No wrong or give a positive feedback. That kind of activity bring your main content. Yeah. Now let's talk about AI. The subject is look serious, but it's not. No need to worry about that. Yeah. I want you to think about this. One word about Hello Google, Google Translate, and Google Map. Let's see. You can type it. I'm going to share the link again using Answer Garden still in your in the chat box. Okay. Let's see. Now you're familiar with the Answer Garden. One word about AI. For example, I'm going to give a lecture about AI and language learning. Then one way is brainstorming. This is the way I usually do. Yeah. So one word about AI. Can you click that, please? Automatic. Thank you. Smarter. Getting smarter. Yes. I will show you later at the end how to give feedback of your students' essay writing. The AI moving very fast right now with the smart machine. They give better feedback than human actually, and more details. Yeah. Okay. Efficient, non-human, great code, getting smarter. Yeah. Some people think, oh yeah, helpful, interesting. So most of you have been working with the AI, I think. It's helpful, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on. So this is Answer Garden. If you're interested later, I'm going to give you the link for my presentation so that you can get the tutorial, how to use and how to have an account and so on, yeah? Answergarden.ch. Now, all about artificial intelligence. I want you to have a look at that and to do a discussion online. You have to interact that online. I'm going to give you the link in the chat box. It's called three-sider. Yeah, and let's try it. Okay, I give you that in the link. So the role of artificial intelligence in the classroom. Write down your opinion about the idea. So we have the ideas. Teachers cannot be with their student 100% and so on and so on. Read that, agree or disagree. And then you answer pro and cons there. There are 3 points. I'm going to give you some minutes to try. So this side is for discussion, pro and cons, low bandwidth. You do not need Zoom. You can have it synchronous or asynchronous. I like it to have it synchronous, actually, so that we have a kind of chat, agree and disagree in here. And I combine this activity with a Telegram group. So I have my student, everyone in the Telegram. I share the link in the Telegram. They answer it in the three-sider. Then I give comment and so on in the Telegram. So not Zoom and three-sider, but Telegram and three-sider. Low bandwidth, friendly, no reason that they don't have the connection and things like that. Yeah. Okay. Another advantages of this, everything is recorded. Yeah, the evidence is there. If there are shy students, they do not need to type their names. Yeah, so anonymous, it's okay. So you click plus or minus any pro and cons, and then you can answer that. You can try it. Yeah, so this is an alternative of interaction and engaging with the student, and then you can have the vote here, voting as well. Yeah. Okay, so the engaging is not necessarily in spoken, but could be in written in the form of a written text, because it's different. Yeah, it's distant. Using spoken, using voice, and using video, it's going to cost money because of high bandwidth that you need on that. Okay, that's called three-sider. If you're interested in that, it's good for brainstorming, it's good for discussion pro and cons. I give you the tutorial link, so you can learn on your own later. Yeah. We don't have that much time to try on that, but you got, hopefully you got the idea what's in it. Yeah. Another one, Padlet. How many of you familiar with Padlet? Can you respond in the chat? Are you familiar with the Padlet? Yes or no? Writing yes, yes, yes. Okay, if yes, then I will not discuss it that much. Vika, no. Sorry, no. Okay, some of you yes, some of you no. I'm going to give that very quickly illustration about Padlet. Yeah, Padlet, it's like a magic digital wall. If you know the address, you can post anything you like. Everyone with the link, they can post whatever you like. The students, they can respond. The student, they can post and they can respond. Yeah. If you click here to respond, yeah, somebody's playing music in the in the speaker a little bit. Apa ya? Backgroundnya dangdut soalnya.
Yeah, it's Lucy Epriona.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Lucy, for the nice song. Okay, you can write the subject in a form of text. It's for writing, and then if they are shy, they can post or react using picture, using link, so they can post anything. You can have their voice, they can record their video, they can draw, they can use a lot of things, and then they post it in the wall. So I love this because it's useful during the pandemic, especially as my whiteboard. More than my whiteboard, I cannot play video in my whiteboard, but this I can play the video, I can get the reaction and so on. So it's worth exploring. You will get 3 Padlet free. Yeah, again, it's a bit expensive, but free Padlet, I think it's enough for a semester. You can delete that and then you can download your PDF so that you can get the record. Yeah, that's Padlet. Yeah, thank you very much. Most of you are familiar with Padlet already. Yeah. Okay. Now, let's move on. That's a Padlet. I gave you the tutorial as well for some of you. Yeah. Back to here. What interaction did we experience? Cognitive presence, yes, because we are talking about artificial intelligence and other thing. Teaching presence, yes, because I respond sometimes. I probe the questions. Social presence, a little bit. Not hilarious, but it's there. Yeah, it's not. The hilarious part is using video and so on that will costly and high bandwidth. Yeah. So what we practice here, the social presence is there. Yeah. Using Padlet, using Trace-Sider, using Answer Garden. Yeah. Those three that will help you if you use it. Give the interaction with their friend, so they got the feeling of social presence. Yeah. Okay. Social presence and also they're active. Now, working with AI. AI will give useful feedback, will give assessment opportunity. I will give you an example only in writing. There are AI for reading, there are AI for listening, there are AI for speaking, and other skills. But because of the time limitation, I'm going to talk only about AI for writing that I use a lot. Yeah. So AI tools in writing, it's a software that the students use to learn. For a tutor, sometimes it's like acting like a personal tutor. Yeah. Some AI for teachers that will reduce the workload of the teacher. Yeah. I'm not going to explain that more about reducing the workload because that needs time on that. But I'm going to give you the idea on that for student in writing. Now, can you write in the chat box what the challenge is when you write? What challenges when you write? Or what challenges when you teach writing? Challenge-nya yang terbesar apa? Coba. The topic, thank you. Vocabulary and grammar, thank you. Finding the topic and grammar. Think about good sentences, okay. Movement, Vika, thank you. Exploring ideas, good. Sentence structure, brilliant. Developing idea, okay. Thank you very much. There are some AI that may be very useful and helpful for you. Yeah, the scope of writing. Okay, but in general, the AI will help you with spelling, will help you with grammar, will help you with word choice, might help you with the style and vocabulary, and maybe more. But the AI cannot or will not examine the how the ideas are structured, yeah, and how the argument are supported. Things like that, it's very much depends on the teacher's hand. But the mechanics, the style, the word choice, the grammar, the spelling, how to get the ideas and things like that, the AI will be useful and helpful. First one, it's called EssayBot. How many of you familiar with EssayBot.com? Can you respond in the chat, please? No. So let it know. Pak Dedi, no, okay, no. Okay, not yet. Okay. If not yet, then I'm going to show you a little bit. Yeah, of course. Hi, Ibu. Ella, no. Yeah, okay. Essay board, it's good to get the idea. When you Googling, you will get a lot of articles. Yeah, but when you play with the essay board, they will give you paragraph. Yeah, I'm going to show you that one. It's not yet brilliant, but maybe it's a good one to start with. Yeah. So if I say essaybot.com, and I have to write something about, yeah, you have to log in, of course. You can create an account later. Yeah. If I log in, then, for example, I'm going to create new essay. Then the essay topics will be online interaction in English, for example, class. Okay. Then I click start writing. Then this essay board will give me paragraph to read, not to copy and paste in your writing, but to read. Yeah, a lot of paragraph to read like this. Yeah. For example, wow, this one is very good. I put it in my draft. Then the AI will help me paraphrase that. Okay, so they help me with the draft, paraphrase the draft already. It's the paragraph. Then if I need more resources for citation, then I click there. Then I read that, for example, okay, this is interesting. I click that, refresh and add. Refresh the paragraph and add to my essay. So it's there. But do not submit this to the professor. This one, it's not a good essay. This is a collection of a lot of ideas and a lot of resources that you can use later to write your essay. So if you're blank, bingung banget, tidak tahu harus ngapain, it's not my area, I'm not really interested in this, but I have to write something about this because of for assignment, for example, then I have to learn for that. Essay board may be useful. Yeah. Okay. But again, it will not do not just submit what's the Robert write for you. Yeah, that's not good. This is good to give you ideas to start with. Okay, that's another one. Another one, I give you essay board here. It's good for students. So if you're a postgraduate student, have a look at that and explore. Yeah. Now, another one is paperwriter.com. How many of you familiar with paperwriter.com? Can you respond in the chat box, please? No, definitely. No, not yet, not yet. Pak Deti, Vika, yes, you're familiar with that. Okay, Rita, not yet. Okay, I give paperwriter.com to my student before they submit their task. Yeah, it's a free. Maybe later next month, next year will be freemium. Some part are free, some are. But this one up to this moment is free of charge. I'm going to give you an example with this one. Yeah, so you go to paperwriter.com. I do not need to log in. I just use now for free. Yeah, then I will have this box here to analyze the paper. For example, I will use my students' work. For example, this one. Okay, this is I'm taking just one paragraph here. Copy it, paste it there. Selected paper author, that's undergraduate students. This is say I put it other, not an essay. I skip that. I have read the agreement, blah, 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 and then I get report. Yeah. So the AI will help to look at the paragraph of the student's writing before they give it to me. So when they come in on my desk or in my email or in the platform, then I will look at the organization. I will look at how my students structured their argument, how my students structured the logic of thought, yeah, and the coherence and so on. Yeah. So it's there, it's still working. Then they have facilities here, spelling, grammar, word choice, style, vocabulary, and grade. Yeah. So they can check that. What's the difference with Grammarly? You might ask that question. Grammarly, yeah, okay, Grammarly, but Grammarly will not give grade. So if I put grade here, sorry, minimum length. Oh, okay, I have to add some more. But usually they will give grade here. Yeah, need more longer paragraph. And the grade is going to be 70 or 80 or 90. I said to my student, when your grade is 60, 70, something wrong with your paragraph. Yeah, rewrite it, give it to paper until you got 90 and you're happy. When you're happy, give it to me. So the AI gave feedback and encouragement to the student to rewrite. Kalau yang nyuruh dosennya, yang nyoret-nyoret dosennya biasanya not instant feedback. They submit the work last week. I did not have that much time. The following week, then I make a correction and so on and so on. I give it back to the student, and then the student already forgotten about the issue. Sudah lupa lagi, sudah nggak ada energi untuk melihat lagi, and so on and so on. So the instant feedback, it's very important for writing. Yeah, that's Paperator. How many of you familiar with virtualwritingtutor.com? Can you respond in the chat box, please? Virtualwritingtutor.com. Stephen Hall, yes. What do you think, Professor Stephen? Yes, another new app. Oh, okay. No, I haven't, Rinda. Okay, it's free. You can try it and give a lot of feedback. What I like about virtual writing tutor that will help me and help the students giving a feedback on their essay. So they have a word count, check grammar, score essay, and there are a lot of facilities here. Yeah. For example, if I take this essay, let's give it a try. Take this essay, 414 words. This is from my undergraduate student, non-English department. There is no English department at ITB, tidak ada. Jadi, and then I'm going to say score essay. Let's see. This is an opinion essay, and I could check. Good. The score is 64-25. Very quick. The word count is there. The writing quality 66%. Cohesion, dynamics, proactiveness, terus semua dikasih dianalisa sama AI. Yeah. If you give it back to the student or ask the student to work on that, and then the writing will get better. Ya, ya kalau muridnya nggak tahu, dosennya pakai ini cepet banget. And then it's very detailed, give it back to your student. But if your students know, then okay, this is from AI. You can print the feedback as well. So it's good for the teacher. But I usually give this to my students. Yeah, you can score your own essay. If you want to improve, rewrite it and give it to virtual writing tutor, then give it to me. Then I will talk more on the argument, how you argue that, who is your audience, and so on. Yeah, it's free. out there, you can try it. Yeah. Okay, so that's the AI. So interaction, back to interaction, you can have interaction with the teacher, you interaction with your friend, you interaction with the material. Now the new world, you and your student have to interact with an AI. Yeah. So that everything make our life easier actually. Okay, that's writing tutor, AI and English testing. It's free. You can go to englishscore.com. That's belong to the British Council. The test will take around 30 minutes. Grammar, vocab, reading, and listening. It's free. If you want the certificate, then you have to pay. But if you want to know just the result, it's free using your mobile. Yeah. Then they will got CFR. You got IELTS. For example, elementary here, IELTS is 3.0. You get the score of Cambridge. Yeah, similar to that. Try it. I usually ask my students to take their own test, screenshot, and give it to me because it's free. Yeah. If you want to know your level, you're not confident, you can check your ability using this englishscore.com. It's just an example. There are a lot of test center later on that's going to move to using AI for sure. So artificial intelligence is the future of education, I think. And it is happening right now all around us. Sometimes we know, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we have to ask around and then we know the apps and then we try it. There are so many out there. I show you some. Yeah, there are many more in relation to English language teaching. So if you want my slide, you can go to bit.ly. I think I'm going to put that in the chat box so that to make your life easier. Yeah, just a second. Okay. If you want my slide so that you can get the tutorial and you can try and so on, I'm going to give the link in the chat box. Okay. There. Yeah. That's the link to access to my slide. Yeah. If you're interested in joining TED Talk in our Telegram group, you can go to Telegram ICOTEL, bit.ly/Telegram ICOTEL. Or if you want a book, it's free. bit.ly/ICOTEL-book-1 in Bahasa Indonesia. That's about bagaimana mengajar menggunakan teknologi. Written by some ICOTEL members, and you can get the book in Google Play, and it's free. Silahkan bisa di-download at any time. Sedikit promo, we're going to have an face-to-face conference, ICOTEL Conference 2022. That's going to be in July. So you can go to the website, to our website, icotel.org.id, then look for the conferences there. Yeah. Thank you very much. Back to you, Ibu Yunita. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Jati. A lot of new apps, I think, for the for the participant, because some of them still don't know. Most of them, including me, I know only several of them, and that's very useful for us. So participants and everyone here, Pak Jati has told us that there are 4 tips for increasing student engagement by providing active learning, making learning social, meaning to say using low bandwidth, and then provide timely and useful feedback and add self-assessment opportunities by using AI. Right, Pak Jati. So now we are going to the second session, the question and answer from the audience. The first one will be given to you, or you can raise your hand if you have question, and if you not probably if you will be shy to talk directly, probably you can put your question in the chat box. So the question can be addressed for Pak Jati and also for Professor Hall. So we are waiting for the question. I'm sure these two speakers are giving us a lot of insights on English language teaching in this pandemic era, or after this. There will be after the pandemic. We have to also prepare for that, right, Pak Jati?
Yeah.
Yeah. So please do. If you have question, you can raise your hand or probably open your microphone. Anyone? I am waiting. So there is. No one? Seems no one to ask question. Okay, probably this because the presenter has give us the material in a very clear way. Is that true? Everyone, don't you have any question?
Good morning, ma'am.
Okay, so fine. You're from Cambodia.
Yeah.
Yeah, please do.
Good morning, Professor Gamawang Jati.
Yeah, hi, morning.
Yeah. I'm Savan, an international student from Cambodia. I got a question regarding you share a lot about the interactive platform for students to get them more interactive in online class. So, my question, as we see a lot of interaction platform and apps, so which one, based on your experience, which one you rate the most interactive one among this material? And because actually I just experienced some when I learned some courses with the Education University of Hong Kong, and they just share some like Sway, TEDx and something, but I don't know the other two. I think you share as through your own experience, how do you rate, the usefulness and the effectiveness of this material? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Maybe later Professor Stephen Hall can add on that.
Yeah.
First, for engagement, should be short and bite-sized. Keep that in mind.
Sure.
So I use a lot of Answer Garden. I use a lot of three-sider on that. That type. I use a lot of Telegram. So it's very effective for bite-size, quick response, and so on. Longer, then I use a lot Padlet in a Padlet activity. Because in Padlet you can have text, you can have pictures. So if the students, they are not really interested in the speedy help of the picture, so combination picture and spoken language and short text, acceptable in Padlet. Yeah, not necessarily long word in a paragraph format. So twist that one. If you just want to know the idea, then you will accept text, you will accept voice, you will accept video, and so on and so on. Padlet will accommodate that. Yeah. So if your question is most interactive, I think Padlet is most interactive. But again, if you overuse using Padlet, maybe it's not wise as well. If you need a bite-sized, quick response, use the simple one. Yeah, Answer Garden, you do not need to have an account. One click, then you got the question, you got the link, share it in the WhatsApp or share it in the Telegram, you got the answer, that's it. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Pak Jati, for the answers. All right.
Could I just add on to that? I think Prof has hit the nail on the head. It depends on the size of the text that you're working with and the tool to match the size of the text. But the essence is you have to chunk the learning online. 10 minutes is about the max of them listening to the talking head. Otherwise, you don't have their attention. And then it's find the text, the tools that are free, such as he's shared with us, and find the one that you are happy to work with. I probably use Kahoot as much as Padlet, but it's a matter of finding something that works for you and works with the students and matches the text type. That's why I said sometimes for longer writing, I still don't mind if they want to send me a printed text sent as a scanned piece for longer writing, because you have to go with the power of your technology as well. By the way, I just thought, Prof. Jati, that was a really interesting practical presentation. Thanks. I learned a lot.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Hall. Now we have the question from chat box from Istiana Deni Putri. She asked, may I ask question to Pak Jati? Yeah, sure. And how much this app can help students to make good writing tasks, even if you are not in online, on how to make sure that the answer garden can help us to protect the task from plagiarism. Pak Jati.
Okay. How much this app can help students to make good written tasks? In terms of vocabulary, in terms of grammar, word choice, that will very helpful. Yeah, but not the way you argue. Yeah, things like that. Answer garden. Answer garden it's good for vocabulary. Answer garden will not accept sentences. Yeah, that's why in my question I said 1 word or 2 words, and then you respond in the answer garden. So if what do you think of the COVID-19 blah 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 blah?
Very long.
Answer it in the answer garden. The student will not be able to do that. Yeah. So it's good for vocabulary. It's very quick. It's very light on that. Yeah. For word cloud. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Jati. Next question from Tania Saputri. How to make for Professor Stephen, how to make our blended learning process become very effective for us as a teacher and for our students? Professor Hall.
The first big problem is something that's very difficult for us to solve, and that is connectivity and the power of bandwidth. And that's where we really need to see commitment by governments to this, because part of the lack of attraction is the fact that it just doesn't work sometimes, especially in the rural areas that we have in Malaysia and the rural areas you have in Indonesia. So the attraction is going to come when the tools can work. The second thing is, I think what Prof has talked about is very important too, that we do have to somehow or rather make sure there is a sense of social presence. I think we've both talked about presence. We're human beings, and we want that sense of being part of the process of learning, and that is a hard one to develop. But that, I think the blended learning for me, what we're finding useful at the moment is recorded sessions and people being able to go back and revisit the recorded sessions. So that is a step that I think is already in action. So it's a bit like the video becomes the textbook, but you can get to it anytime you want, and you can repeat it and re-listen to the difficult things. I think that's a step that's happening now. We can go a lot further, but we really need something to be done about the infrastructure. I know this is a problem in Indonesia, just like it is in Malaysia. So once we get those tools up and running, I think it's going to be a kind of hybrid situation. There's going to be more open distance learning. You look at the huge things like Coursera, the Khan Academy, all the stuff that's there online. Harvard has lots of courses online. So it's just going to be part of what we do. Government, give us the infrastructure so we can build it more effectively. That's my take.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Hall. Now, the last one, because we are going to the next session after this. The last one is from Leah Haryana, and she asks, how do we monitor student activities online? Since probably they will open another apps on that. So for both Pak Jati and Pak Stephen, probably will be very short answers. Pak Jati.
Okay. Why do we have to monitor our students' learning? That's my question. I'm working in the university. Why do I want to know their business? Yeah, the learning is on their side. My job is not to supervise them. They are not prisoners anyway. My job is to provide them, accompany them in the learning journey so that they are happy. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Very short and sharp. So our job is not to monitor what their business is. The important thing is whether they are learning or not.
The most important thing is how we support them,
Yeah,
accompany
support
them with them to become their friend in the journey of learning.
Right.
Why
are we always sitting on them? The role is, if we really need to assess them, it's what their output is. And that can be put online at any time. I mean, I get some students' work, I see they've done it 3 o'clock in the morning. That's one of the virtues. But the attendance thing, well, you can be there and not be there. It all depends on what your learning output is. That's where it comes in the assessment. So this thing of you must be the bum on the seat at the set time, that can change, because in online it can be any time. That's the beauty that we need to embrace, but we require changing this thing up here for educators and administrators. That's what I think.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Professor Hall, and also I think that's the end of the session for this one. If there are still other questions on the chat box, but probably you can also ask the speakers directly through the chat or contact them, because we need to go to another session that from Thailand and also from Indonesia, Prof. Safnil. So thank you so much, Pak Jati, and also Professor Hall, with the presentation that is really fruitful and useful for all of us, especially here in Bengkulu University, and the student of the Master's program of our university. So I have to say that thank you so much, and I'm with my UNITA. See you again in the next occasion or the next session. Now I give the time back to the Master of Ceremony. Back to you. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the speakers and also the moderators today, Ma'am Wisma. And the next, we're going to the next sessions. There is one speaker. Yeah, I'm sorry, 2 speakers, and the session will be led by Dr. Dedi Sofian M. Home. So please.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, good morning, participants and also honorable speakers.
Good morning, sir.
In this session, we will have 2 speakers. One is from Thailand and one is from Indonesia. The first one is Professor Dr. Sukri Langputeh, and the second one is Professor Safnil MA PhD. Okay, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dedi Sofian, and I was assigned as a moderator for this session, and I'll let the discussion and also the presentation and the discussion after the presentation. Okay, let's go to the first speaker now. I'd like to introduce Professor Dr. Sukri Langputeh. Good morning, Prof.
Yes, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to this conference. Okay, Professor Sukri Langputeh is the Deputy Rector for International Relations and Alumni of Patani University from Thailand. Yeah, and his academic background is First, for the bachelor, he got the degree from Bachelor of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Heritage of University Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. And for the Bachelor of Human Science in Political Science, International Islamic University of Malaysia from Kuala Lumpur also. And his PhD, we got it from International Relation of Jinan University, Guangzhou, China. Okay, for his administrative background, he's ever been a member of Yala Rajabad University's Council, and then the assistant to director of the academic affairs and research, and also the dean of faculty of liberal arts and social science, Yala Islamic University, and so on. Yeah, so many, quite many, yeah, to be read. Okay, the next is the academic experience. He is visiting scholars of International Public and Management Administration in Malaya University, academic fellows, Centers of Peace Studies and Conflict Management of Chulalongkorn University, and visiting professor at Southeast Asian Institute and Academy of Overseas Chinese Studies. And for the awards, he ever had been called as one of the 500 most influential Muslims in the world 2009. Very good achievement, Professor. And then the Muslim Youth Ambassador of Peace International, appointed by UNIS Singapore and ICESCO 2016. Okay, those are the CV of Professor. And for today, we'll hear his presentation regarding the digital pedagogy, tool for engaging students to digital literacy. Okay, Professor, you have about 45 minutes to present your materials, and then afterward, it will be continued by the next speaker, and we will have the question and answer session after that. Okay, time is yours, Professor.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Dedi, for your introduction. First of all, I would like to thank Universitas BENGKULU for giving me this chance, this opportunity to be with experts of English language. I was following, from the beginning of the program of the conference, and then continued with Prof. Stephen Hall and then Prof. Jati. So I found that I may not be fitting in this conference because others are experts on English literature, how to teach English in this kind of, changing age and, changing the world. It's not only the pandemic, but also the moving from 3.0 to 4.0, like you have mentioned in many conferences before the coming of the pandemic, at IR 4.0. Anyway, I think I may be one of input talking to the participants of currently 143 of the external engagement. Because just now we are talking about the engagement to students on for online teaching and learning. But now let me bring the participants a little bit out of the box of English and purely English and learning engagement. But let me bring you to how the digital literacy or digital pedagogy, which is part of the digital literacy, as a tool of for engaging students to digital citizenship. Because by training, I'm a political scientist, and by training, I worked more and then done have done more research works on digital governance. So due to that, let allow me for how many minutes, Pak Dede? 20, 15?
45 minutes.
45 minutes, okay. Okay, I will try to finish it not more than 40 minutes, inshallah. By the way, I may read again my topic, and then there will be 2 points to discuss here. The first is a digital pedagogy, a tool for engaging students to digital citizenship. So when I talk, let me say Bismillah first. Bismillah Rahman Rahim. So by saying Basmala, by saying Bismillah Rahman Rahim, every good deeds that we are sitting together, you are listening to me for more than 40 minutes, will be one good things for yourself and not to me. And it is one of ibadah. To me, when we say Bismillah, I mean we link our actions to the Almighty God, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. So that is the ibadah. Even though you are English professors, you are English teachers, you are English students, you are not Arabic student, or you are not teaching Arabic for people to understand the Quran well, but by knowing English or even by knowing Thai language well, some people can bring good things about Islam to the people. Especially I myself now I'm coming up to northern Thailand, where I will stay for half a month here in northern Thailand. That's why I was a bit late to send my presentation because of the movement from the south, and due to the pandemic as well, the movement from one place to another place is very difficult these days. And then let me say Assalamu alaikum in languages in order to make your conference international. I started just now in Arabic. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Everyone knows that. Everyone did that. And then in Thai language, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, when translated in Thai language, is called Kwam Santi Suk Tung Mi De Than. This is to make it international. Now you have listened to my Thai language. And for your information, my beloved participants and also speakers, if you look at the writing of Thai language, it is very close to Onochoroko. It's close to Javanese or even Sanskrit or Pali language. And the third one is Peace be upon you. This is in English. And Salam sejahtera ke atas anda. Give me 2 minutes to explain about this. This is Malay language, but in southern Thailand, or as a lot of you have mentioned Patani and the principalities of Patani, people are still using Malay and they are still writing this script. So it is very interesting for all of students of English learning program to come to our area, especially in southern Thailand, and to study or even to do comparative studies how the people of southern Thailand can speak English or even pronounce English words much better than the people from Bangkok or even from other part of Thailand. Because in Malay language, especially in Tulisan Jawi, we have all those alphabets which represent mostly the English alphabet. So like if you come to Bangkok, sometimes you talk to people or students who don't speak Malay or even Arabic. It is hard for them to say even the word jeans, the trousers, jeans, because they don't have ja in Thai language, but they have yo. So when you talk to Thai people that you are wearing jean, they will say, I'm wearing jeans. They cannot say jean. And even you say, when you ask them, where do you want to go? Or when they ask you, where do you go? They cannot say the word go because there is no ga in Thai language. But in Bahasa Melayu, especially in the writing of Jawi script, we have ga. So that's why when you talk to people in southern Thailand, especially me, myself from Satun, which is very near to Patani, very near to Malaysia, and this is very important thing for students of English literature. I do welcome, lecturers and also students who come to my university, which is endowment universities situated in the south. And we have English program, and inshallah by next semester we will have masters in teaching English, and we have set up the connection with Bengkulu already. Professor Safnil, Prof. Dedi himself was in the MOU when we had last time. So this is the introductions how we finally come up to this program because of the fruits of that MOU. Well, now I will move you from the understanding of from digital pedagogy to digital citizenship. How the digital pedagogy, which I may not focus on English learning and teaching, but I will just look at the whole picture of pedagogy rather than looking only for English language and literature. I hope that most of the lecturers and even students who are working on pedagogy knows that digital pedagogy is the study and use of contemporary digital technologies in teaching and learning. Digital pedagogy may be applied to online and also hybrid, and also face-to-face, or we call it on-site learning environment. So we are now moving towards that. We are now, like it or not, or we are ready or not, we have to do that. Like what happened last few days in Thailand, we were the whole semester with online classes, but due to the measurement put forward by Public Health Ministry, that they said that the second semester, which start now in November, many of universities and schools decided to go for on-site or face-to-face learning environment. But finally, what happened in one school in Thailand, it happened in one day, 1,000 infected cases. It's because of studying the on-site learning environment here in that school. So because of that, I believe that even in Thailand itself, we will continue the online classes maybe the whole of the year. So this is the understanding that I try to let all of us understand together with me on this issue. Second, when we are talking about digital pedagogy, and it may include English as well, we normally have the curriculum which we deal with not only the issues of the curriculum itself, but in it we discuss about capacity building. We talk about content connections. Will be purposeful curriculum we do on pedagogies, inquiry learning, and we also develop a critical and creative thinking. So whatever curriculum that we have, including English, we do have these four things to be considered. And when we are talking about how to bring that curriculum into pedagogy, into method of teaching, into how to teach, we normally talk about SAMR, we talk about range and balance of pedagogies. We also discuss issues on differentiation and personalization of learning, because students are having differences, a lot of physical differences, mental differences. So we have to design all this kind of thing. And what more, we have to plan collaboratively. We have to think about how to collaborate, our pedagogy, our teaching procedure. So I'm quite sorry that my discussion is not having technology that Professor Stefan and also Professor Jetty is having the direct chat from the participants. But anyway, I think you can move with that, and then we can open class discussion after this. I'll discuss another things with you here. When we are talking about digital pedagogy, we are working on the competence, and when we are talking about competence, we normally discuss three competences. The first is the pedagogical competence, which we will deal with the subject knowledge, expertise in the teaching methods, the expertise in the working life skills. So this is This is the competence specifically on the pedagogy. But at the same time, we also have to deal with digital competence. One lecturer, one teacher who has a very strong pedagogical competence, if he or she is a bit, backward on how to use digital competence, or if she or he say no to all kinds of technologies. They say, "Oh, I don't need that. I don't need Facebook." Like just now, Prof. Stephen has mentioned that Facebook and all those things are for Papa and Mama, for Grandpa and Grandma, and people of today are using Instagram, using whatever things which are more modern to them. Unless when Facebook has changed to metaverse, maybe they'll come back to Facebook again, whatever. So this is one thing that we teachers, lecturers, professors of all kinds of disciplines, I have to think about our digital competence. Even though we are getting older and older every day, but we cannot let our capacity of using digital competence to be less than our students. So this is the issues of knowledge of digital technology and ability to use it. And this is also the understanding of the potentials of digital technology, utilizing digital technology in teaching. This is very important. So for one thing, I always remind myself that whatever technology that requires me to help me in bringing new knowledge to the students, or even bringing old knowledge in the new technological form, which will be one thing is important, because I try to myself teach my student by using very old knowledge and using very new technology. They found that old knowledge is still successful, especially if we are talking the issues of I'm teaching political science, so I still use the idea of Socrates, Aristotle, and even Plato, but bringing them into technological form of discussion. So finally, they said that the idea is not outdated, but it depends on how you bring all ideas of 1,000 years to discuss in digital age, to make it modern and to make it open to everyone. So this is a digital competence. And the last one, which is very important for the issues of digital pedagogy, that is the ethical competence. When we are talking about this, we are not afraid of being in any age of technological changes. Now we are moving from 3.0 to 4.0, and I believe 4.0 will be in the world just very short while, and then people will move or have to move or must move to 0. And because of that, the ethical issues, ethical values have to be one of the things that we have to consider. And with this, I do really agree with the ethical competence to be categorized or to be admitted or to be pointed as one of the competence in digital pedagogy. Because why it is important? Because this is to help us to be aware of student equality, justice in class, equality or whatever, equilibrium in all those kind of gender and whatever things related to the environment of the class. And also when it comes to prioritizing the learning experiences, people, guru of the past always bring the learning experience of himself to be transferred to student, to be taught to student. But inshallah, in the future, I believe that even the teaching of Islamic studies, the teaching of the Quran, the teaching of the Hadith, of the teaching of so-called Sufism, whatever, will be bringing the student experiences to be shared in the classes more. And it is not only in the future that the sharing of one-way communication in classes, that the teachers are telling the learning experience of himself, but in the future more and more, I don't know in Indonesia, but in my country now we do have active learning. So we can most of the schools are now practicing active learning, and we are receiving more and more appreciation from the student when they can share their own learning experiences to teachers. So for example, in my class, I have 50 students. I'm sharing just one experience of myself, but I'm giving 50 learning experiences of my students. So finally, it is me to learn from them rather than they are learning only from me. So this is one thing which is very important when we are talking about ethical competence in this digital age. It is no more one guru of the class, but there will be gurus, promoted from one class. And the last one is emphasizing digital literacy. And I will finish my discussion on digital pedagogy with another picture of this, and then I believe that since most of the participants from the area of English learning and teaching, both lecturers and also students. So when you look at that, you can see three portions of this. Well, the one is educators' professional competence, educators' pedagogical competence, and also this is a very important what I mentioned just now, like learners' competences. So there are three portions to be discussed in the digital pedagogy. The first, when we are talking about educators' professional competence, we have digital competencies, we have professional engagement, we have subject-specific competences for experts in one area, experts of political science, experts of mathematics, experts of English language, experts of whatever. So this is the professionalism that finally it could bring up to be one of the main competence for someone who are going to transfer the knowledge to the learners. And then you can see the connection to the second point, that is digital resources. And digital resources is in fact the transferring from professional engagement of the guru, of the educators, to finally to the student at the sixth step. You can see digital resources, and then you can see teaching and learning, and then assessment, and then empowering learners. You can see the connection between empowering learners to the sixth one, that is facilitating learners' digital competence. This is the connection from the first one, that is professional engagement, to digital resources, and then we go to teaching and learning, which are really the subject matter of today. But today we focus on online teaching and learning. And then we go for assessment, which the assessment will be no more like before. The assessment will be no more like of our age, of my age, or of Prof. Dedi age, but there will be, new kinds or even new forms or new style of assessment. And then, online assessment is sometimes, if we misuse or abuse of the online assessment, is, it will be the distractions of our whole education. Because, okay, I share my point here in Thailand a little bit. A few days ago, one of my close friends called me why his son, who used to be getting less than 3-point average, but for this semester alone, his son got 3.5 CGPA. So he was surprised and he thought it is impossible. And he called me and he asked me, please, have access to the school and ask them why his son getting this, high CGPA like this. So I explained him that the assessment of the past was assessment just happened in the class, and then students go back to the school, to their houses, and they left all the books, and then they come to the school again when the exams come, and then the real assessment happened when the student sit for exam, and then the grade comes out when he submitted all the assignment, and also some marks are coming from the sitting exam, whatever. But when it comes to online assessment, I asked him, how do you find your kids when he stays at home? He said, could you be fair enough to admire, to appreciate your kids when he is able to manage his life when he should go for foods, when he should go for classes, and when he should go for playing with friends, when he should go for entertainment. So this is the kind of assessment that happened 24 hours. It is not anymore the assessments of 8 morning to 4 p.m. in the afternoon. And this is the real life of the student. So he was thinking that by having kids coming back home and study online 24 hours is in fact, distractions of the school system. I said, no, it is the real education that we need, because students will not anymore think that he is a student when he go to school at 8 morning and he finish his work as a student when he comes back from school at 4 p.m. after evening. So when he is studying online and he could manage, for those who are able to manage their 24 hours learning activities. So he is in fact with 24 hours learning, student or learners. So we should be proud of that. And the world will go for that. The world will go for this kind of education in the future. I believe that when we move to 5.0, we can even be good student or even started being student when we get up and still laying down on bed, and then we can just finish whatever things, just at home or in-house. So here it needs what? It needs educators' pedagogical competencies, you can see on top of that. This is the second portion. You can see that for educators' pedagogical competences, we need digital resources. It means that the lecturer himself, the teacher himself, the professors himself must have a lot of research works. He must have a lot of research works by himself, and then finally transfer into digital forms, or he consume a digital resources from others, and finally he built up his knowledge from that references that brought from digital resources and developed for himself, and finally become himself, become Sukri, become Dedi, whatever. And then because of that, he will or she will develop his teaching, new style of teaching, new style of learning. And it is important, I mentioned digital pedagogy, because it is not only online, but it is also hybrid. It is also on-site. It is also, face-to-face, whatever. And then assessment comes very important. And when it comes to this, and we are now transferring to the learners' competences, the empowering learners, the process of empowerment that happened. We are now not becoming feeding agents anymore. The lecturers or teachers or professors are not becoming somebody who just feed to the student, but the student will jump to take the food of thought by himself. The student will come to us, and then because of the empowerment system, because of the the empowering processes, finally, like the students or the learners come to get the food by themselves. So it comes to the sixth step, that is facilitating learners' digital competence. We are as facilitators. So the role of the teachers, the role of the lecturers, the role of the even professors, we are to facilitate. Oh, you go for that work, you go for that website, you go for that journals. Then we are helping them to facilitate their digital competence. So this is what I'd like to explain, these slides, and then I'll move to the next one. This is a digital citizenship. I have got 8 principles for survival. When we are having this kind of, allow me a few minutes more to discuss that. What I mentioned just now is in fact the digital pedagogy, which will be the process of building a citizen. And then when we are moving or we are mobilizing our people to be digital citizenship, to be a digital citizen of Indonesia, of Thailand, of Malaysia, I believe that our people are ready to be digital citizens. And then it will be no more lag behind, there won't be any more students who are left behind without readiness to become digital citizen. And then we are now talking about digital governance. We are now talking about digital governor, digital district officer. So what will be helpful for that if we don't have digital pedagogy in school, if we don't have, digital learning and teaching in school which are effective, and then we are not just stop all the process in schools, all the process at the end of the semester, and then the student will do not know where to go next for his life. So now I would like to let you see when we have a strong digital pedagogy, that finally we can go with the concept of digital citizenship, where there are 8 principles. I'll finish by these 8 principles shortly, and then I will explain all the 8 principles shortly, and then we will open discussion, or even we can leave question and answers to other professors who are really meant for this conference, because it is more of learning and teaching. But I myself, as I mentioned earlier, that I really want the participant today to feel like all things we have done today in this conference will lead us to become one of the effective and successful digital citizens of Indonesia, or of Malaysia, or Professor Stephen, or Thailand, of myself. Okay, in being digital citizen identity, we have national identity which are challenged. Just now I heard that there is student from Cambodia. So the moderator mentioned, okay, welcome a Cambodian citizen coming to ask questions, whatever. But in the future, the national identity will be no more as. National identity will be no more highlighted, but there will be like when he becomes student of BENGKULU, there will be okay, BENGKULU. I'm from BENGKULU. Because the border, or the it will be borderless, and then people will not. Okay, he still love his country, but national identity will not be one thing that people will let you know more. And now when we are going somewhere, people are asking, do you use iPhone, or do you use Samsung, or do you use... So I becomes the community of Samsung Galaxy. Sadly, even though my friends who are coming from different countries, at the same time, people around me who are using iPhones, they become iPhone identity groups. So national identity is challenged. The second one is virtual global identity replace. This is what I mean by virtual global identity. We are rather to bring identity which are virtual. Okay, social identity also a commitment. If we are in the social groups of Facebook, or social group of Instagram, social group of one thing in Thailand, use Line. In Indonesia, we always you prefer WhatsApp, whatever. So in this case, social identity commitment will go to what groups that we are belong, rather than national identity. We are not in Zoom. We are in the Zoom social identity group, rather than Pak Dedi is Indonesian, I am Thailand, whatever. And now we are sharing knowledge. We are sharing not only knowledge, but also practices. This is very important for us, for all of us. Then next one, screen time management. This is very important. Accessibility to screen. Just now, we can have one stop service with one screen. We can do everything. We can, control and command of screen, balance of live screen and virtual screen. If, for example, we are working on screen for our classes, and can you imagine the student have to start facing the screen from 8 morning to 12, and then they go for praying, for eating, for lunch, then they start again at 1 p.m. on screen to 4 p.m. on screen, and at night they may have their after having 8 hours of virtual life, then what about the real life? So this is one thing that screen time management will be one of the better that we have to discuss in the future. The third one is cyberbullying management. Perception and acceptance, cyber conflict and cyber violence, and then cyber law development. I don't have time to discuss each of it, but I think all participants are alert enough to see all this kind of thing. You can go, but my main point is that in the future, cyberbullying will happen. Cyberbullying will be one issue that we have to put in school curriculum. What is cyberbullying and how to manage cyberbullying and how to develop cyber law for cyberbullying, whatever. The fourth one is cybersecurity management, data security system. Whatever we are talking today, this is in fact the subject, the curriculum, or the whole structure of the program. This is related to data, and all the data is something that we need to talk about, data security system, because I'm teaching online or I'm teaching on site, whatever, but I do have grade of the student, and the process of grading is secret, is something confidential. So this is a cybersecurity that sometimes we have to be careful of being hacked, because it happened last 20 years ago, where a student go to teacher's table in school at night in order to get to change the grade. This happened in old school, but in the future, student will hack the program of the lecturer in order to change their grade in the system, whatever. So this is one of the cybersecurity that we have to think from now, that I mentioned, digital pedagogy that finally bring to you to be digital citizen. And these are the things that we have to deal with. And then the fifth one is privacy management. It seems like when we are being digital citizen, seems like we don't have our personal life anymore. Everyone can access to our life. Everyone can just call in. Everyone can just do this and do that to us. But in fact, it is one of management that we have to teach in school as well. We have to teach in our kids and our students what is personal life, and then what is personality. Personality is something that you always show to people. What is your what we call it, your ID photo of your Facebook, whatever. I forgot what is we call it, but you still have your personal, that you don't have to put everything in your data. But when we're talking about your personality, that's something that you want to show to people. You want people to know you by not using your nickname or whatever. And the second one is that sharing and accountability. Whatever you count, whatever you share, you have to be accountable for it. You have to be ready to be sued in the court, whatever. And then the last one is that being private, being intra-private, and being inter-private. Because sometimes there are issues that only you that know, but there are issues that only you and your friend knows. But there are issues that it is not intra, but inter. Okay. And then sixth one is the critical thinking. I don't want to talk much on that, but I just would tell that when we come to digital citizenship, when we go to digital governance, we need more of this thing, that the critical thinking. And then we need to start with data management, and then information for decision making. We have to go for fact management, and then what is difficult is truth management. The future will be very difficult because a lot of rooms for hacking, rooms for this and that. And then the last the seventh one is the digital footprints, rethinking what to be shared, rethinking what to be left, rethinking what to be sustained digitally. Because when we write books, when we write in the books, then the book was burned, or the book was, there was a flood in Jakarta and all the books left are gone, whatever. But when we are working on digital things, when it becomes digital footprints, you cannot change anymore. It is already there, even though anything happens, tsunami comes again. But the something that you shared in the website, whatever, it is still there. It is sustained. Okay. The last one is that with the changing from one situation to the other, to digital citizenship, to digital governance, do we still have friendship? Do we still have partnership? Or how can we create ownership for everyone? So, Pak Dedi, this is my presentation. This is my discussion. I hope that you can understand me, being the only, I think, talking on the external engagement of the student for learning and teaching. That finally, what we have learned from Professor Stephen, what we have learned from Professor Jati, what we will learn from Professor Safnil will mobilize our students, our participants, to be one of the best or one of the good citizens. And then by being good citizens of Indonesia, of Thailand, of Malaysia, or wherever place that where we are, hopefully, I think the world will be in one governance, and then the governance of the world fighting to each other. I mean, not only capital governance and not only financial governance, but we are to create the human governance, which are for everyone. Thank you very much. And then I say thank you in Thai language, Khop Kun, and thank you in English, terima kasih in Bahasa, syukran in Lugha Arabia, selamat po in Tagalog, sia in Chinese, and finally shukriya in Urdu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sukri, for the very fruitful sharing here. I noted several important points from you that now we have digital pedagogy, and which in digital pedagogy we have educators. We have several things which is correlated: educators' professional competencies, educators' pedagogy competencies, and learners' competencies. And as what the other speakers also told us just now, that they assume that digital pedagogy will remain to be implemented in the future. Therefore, we also need to make several measurements that Professor Sukri said to us, that we have to do several management regarding the use of the digital pedagogy. Thank you very much, Professor Sukri. And later on, we will have a question and answering session. But before, we'll hear the presentation from the next speaker, Professor Safnil Arsad, MA, PhD. Yeah. Right. Professor Safnil is the professor of the English education in the Universitas Bengkulu, and from the academic background, he got the bachelor degree from IKIP Padang, and then for the master degree from Canberra University of Australia, and then the doctoral degree from Australian National University of Australia. Okay, and there are several studies have been done by Professor Safnil, mostly regarding the rhetorical writing of the rhetorical in writing, yeah. And there are several books also that have been written. Quite many, yeah. So I will only mention several, yeah. The books are menulis artikel jurnal internasional dengan gaya retorika bahasa, and then writing international journal using English rhetorical style, and then sukses menulis bagian pendahuluan artikel jurnal internasional. Okay, those are the the profile of Professor Safnil, and now we'll hear the presentation from the professor. Okay, Professor, time is yours. you'll have 45 minutes, and also there will be question and answering session at the end. Time is yours, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Dedi. First of all, I would like to thank our invited speakers, Prof. Stephen J. Hall from Sunway University in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Second is Pak Gumawang Jati from ITB, Bandung, and Prof. Sukri Langputeh from Fatoni University. And hopefully in the future, we also have a memorandum of understanding with Sunway University if Prof. Stephen Hall is still in the Zoom. Yeah, and we can do collaboration in research and publication in the future, because our study program needs that program together. What I'm going to share is not about ICT or about online learning. I'm going to share one of my research, which I have just finished, and that is about how to attract readers, including journal articles, editors, to our, this is my PowerPoint. Oh, what's wrong? Can you see my PowerPoint yet?
Not yet, but I think it is working.
Still working. What about now?
Yeah, it works.
Yeah. Okay. So it's time for Zuhur. Okay, so the title, Research Gap Strategies and Linguistic Realization in Introductions, a comparative study on research article in language-related field published in reputable international journals of different ranks. So this is very different from what have been presented by the three professors before. I think we learned a lot from Prof. Stephen, Prof. Gumawang Jati, and Prof. Sukri. And we talk about something else now. This is more relevant for the students, because the students must do research and publish the result. And we really hope that the students can publish the thesis in higher quality journals, hopefully in international journals. And this is one requirement to be accepted in an international journals. This is the main question. Why do we do research? We don't do research because we have problems in teaching. Not only that. We don't do research because we are interested in doing it, or we like it, or we have to do it. No, we don't do research for those reasons. We do research after we know how why we do research after reading other people's research. So we have to read first. We cannot decide at the beginning, before reading other people's study, we cannot decide why do I do this study. We have to read it first. So in writing, we cannot write before we read. So one of the elements in the introduction of the article is called research gap. So research gap is the lack of knowledge or lack of information, lack of data left by previous studies. And we have to find this. It doesn't come automatically to us. We cannot think of this. We have to read. And therefore, we have to do the literature review. So we cannot study without reading literature. We have to do that. So here, creating a research gap, so this from Swales, becomes a very important rhetorical work, a very important element in the introduction. Without this, and then our research is not justifiable. Maybe it is not important. Maybe it has been done by other people so many times, and we don't know. Yeah? So we have to do this. A research article manuscript submitted to reputable journals may be rejected. So if you submit a draft to a journal without stressing, without stating the research gap, it will be rejected. Yeah, because no theoretical, practical reason to do the research. Yeah. Authors need to indicate the research gap or niche, yeah, in their article introduction, yeah, to show readers that the previous studies have some kind of limitation, shortcoming. So we cannot decide before we read the literature, before we read other people's study or articles, yeah, because we don't know. Yeah, so we have to find it out. According to Lim, authors need to convince readers that the research result will have an important contribution. Yeah, that is to fill in the gap. That is to add to the available information. So our result, our research will not add to the available information if we do not show the research gap. Yeah. So the novelty, the contribution, the news, the important information that we will show to readers from our study comes from the research gap. And that is to fill in, to complete the gap of information. So the rationale for this study, yeah, so I mentioned before that this is the result of my study. Yeah, I finished it 2 months ago, and I have submitted the article to a journal. Our previous studies have investigated how authors address the research gap, yeah, in the introduction. But as far as I'm concerned, no studies, yeah, which compare, yeah, journals, published in international journals of a different ranking, yeah, different tier. Yeah, if we know that journals published in international articles published in international journals classified into 4 different levels. If the journals are indexed by Scopus, yeah, it is quartile 1, 2, 3, and 4. So how do authors from these 4 different level of journals address the research gap? So how do authors justify, make the reasons, yeah, for their study? Yeah, and that is called research gap strategy. What strategy? Yeah, this is the question. What research gap strategies are used by the are used in the in article introduction in language-related field by international authors, published in different tier journals, different ranking journals. And what linguistic features? So the second one is the linguistic features. What words or phrases they use to address the research gap strategies. So these 2 questions are addressed in this study. So this study used a mixed method approach, yeah, combining qualitative and quantitative as usual. This course study often use this approach. The quantitative analysis was focused on calculating the frequency and the syntactic structure and information feature types in the article introduction. And this the corpus. Yeah, I took 5 articles only from this journal, Studies in Second Language Learning and Teaching. This is quartile 1 journal with Simago journal ranking score 1.3. It is quite high. Yeah, but you see the second source of the article is from Journal of Asia TEFL, GAT, also quartile 1, but the SGR score is only 0.35. Yeah? So the same category, but the SGR score is very different. The third and fourth are from quartile 2, yeah, Journal of Language Education, and research in applied linguistic studies, yeah, quartile 2, with SGR score 0.18 and 0.2. Yeah. I also took 5 articles from each journal. Asian Journal of Applied Linguistics, quartile 3, and Journal of English Studies, also quartile 3. Studies in English Language Education, quartile 4, and Taiwan International ESP Journal, quartile 4. So this is the ranking. Yeah, 4 different ranking of the journals, quartile 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the research gap strategy, this is according to Muller, there are 6. Contradictory evidence gap, this gap, yeah. Number 2, knowledge void gap or knowledge invalid gap, action knowledge conflict gap, methodology gap. So there is something wrong with the methodology of the previous studies. Evaluation void gap. So void means invalid. Yeah. Theory application void gap. So this is suggested by Muller, Bloch, and Kranz in 2014. But I didn't use these strategies. Yeah, this is quite complicated. I used the other one used by Afandi. Yeah, because this is more recent. Yeah, I took it from an article published in 2021. There are also 6 actually. Yeah, one is highlighting the absence. Yeah, no study on the topic yet so far. Yeah, as far as the author is concerned. Number 2 is insufficient. Number 3 is limitation. Number 4 is conflicting previous research finding. And number 5 is the term is not suggesting solution actually. This unsolved problem. Yeah, although there have been many studies before, but the problem still exists. These are the examples of no absent, yeah, absent, a complete absent. You know, the author stated that no studies have focused. So no study as far as the author is concerned. Yeah, this one way of saying that a study on the topic is absent, no study. Number 2, insufficient, using the phrase like has not received its due attention. So very few studies on the topic, yeah, so far. And number 3 is there is only a paucity of studies. Yeah, this is a limitation. Yeah, previous studies have some kind of limitation. Yeah, or some kind of limitation. There are some studies on the topic, but they have some kind of limitation. And number 4 is contradicting or conflicting results of previous studies. Like, yeah, the result of previous studies are not always similar. So different results, yeah, from the previous study, which means we cannot draw a conclusion yet. So no consistent in the finding of previous studies. So this strategy number 5. And this is strategy number 6, unsolved problems. Yeah, because there have been studies on the topic before, but the problem still exists, and therefore we need to do it again. Yeah. This is another one following the suggestion from the previous studies. So previous studies suggested that to do this study, yeah, by saying contributes to existing knowledge, just to add, yeah, more information on the topic. The linguistic realization. The linguistic realization, there are about 7 ways or 7 phrases or whatever words that can be used, yeah, to address the research gap strategy, such as, yeah, nevertheless, nonetheless, yet, however, and so on. Yeah. So these are the common words, yeah, to use, yeah, in the research gap strategy. Yeah, we can use this for any strategy. Yeah, these are the common ones. Yeah. Okay. Now, this is my finding. I found that insufficient, yeah, strategy number 2 and number 4, contradictory or contrasting evidence, were used by the authors in a different quartile here, yeah, but I just total this, yeah, insufficient and contradicting evidence, yeah, while suggesting solution is not found. Okay, so insufficient, limitation, and contracting evidence. Yeah, we'll have another table after this, yeah, to show the difference between the journals of a different quartile. Okay, but mostly, the authors in the international journals use this four, yeah, insufficient, limitation, contrasting evidence, and continuing previous studies. So these four are the rationale, the reasons for doing a particular research after reading the literature. Yeah. And this is, yeah, between the journals of different quartile. If we see here, yeah, contrasting evidence is used by authors published in quartile 1 journal. This is very significant, yeah, contrasting evidence. While other strategies, yeah, are equally used, yeah, by the authors in other quartiles. So this is very different. Yeah. So highly quality journals or highly quality authors choose to use contrasting evidence, yeah, to justify the research project. Yeah. And how to address this? Yeah, contrasting. Yeah, we have to criticize. We have to analyze the findings of previous studies. We have to find the contradicting result. We have to find the inconsistency of findings of the previous. We cannot just state that this study found this study found this. We have to be critical, yeah, if we want to target the quartile 1 journal, not just international journals. We have to be critical in doing the literature review. So this is the linguistic realization. Yeah, most of them use. Okay, yeah, we have to stop for a while, right? Yeah, it is azan now. Yeah, we have to wait until the azan's finished.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Pada?
Okay, can we go on? So I just want to show this is the second results actually about the use of linguistic realization or linguistic features. Yeah. Um, so these are the devices that are often used by the authors, like adversative conjunction, however, yeah, or despite, yeah, less examine, and also negation, does not, inconsistent results, yeah, will extend, and yeah. So this is not only used by one particular strategy. Yeah, it can be used by other strategy as well. Okay, now the conclusion. Sorry, the conclusion. The most frequent research gap strategy used by the international authors are strategy 2, yeah, and 4. Yeah, this the insufficient stating or showing that previous studies are insufficient or have some kind of limitation, or previous studies results or found contrasting or conflicting results. Yeah, and especially this strategies, the strategy number 4, yeah, is used by authors published in quartile 1 or international journals, and they use an average of 3 also. Yeah, 3, not just one. Yeah, the authors can use more than one strategy for one article introduction. On average, yeah, they use 3 strategies. Yeah, not just one. They may say that insufficient, limitation, and contrasting evidence in the introduction. Okay, now limitation, this study only included 40 articles, and future studies should include more articles, of course. Okay, the implication of this is for the teaching of academic writing, students, postgraduate students, and new faculty members when trying to write in articles for international journals, because it is a must in Indonesia in order to be promoted to a higher level of government officials, especially to be a professor. You have to write for an international journals, reputable international journals, and this is the way to go. That in the literature review, you have to be critical, you have to find the conflicting results, the inconsistency results of the previous studies. And that's the rationale, the reason, yeah, why you need to study. Yeah. Okay, so this is the article that I have submitted, and this is the references, and that's all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Safnil, for very good presentation. Okay, so there are several points that I noted from the about strategy which are commonly used by the international, and there are several linguistic features which are commonly used by them. Okay, it is very important, especially for the students who would like to propose their thesis, yeah, or maybe would like to write in an international journal. Thank you very much, Professor Neil. Okay, now let's have the question and answering session for these two presenters. Okay, for those who'd like to give question, please speak, or maybe you can also write it in the chat. Is there any questions? Okay, who's speaking? Chenda.
Oh, Chenda.
Okay, Chenda. Okay, please Chenda with your question.
Say that it's a very conference.
Hello, Chenda.
Do you hear me back?
Yeah.
Yes, now, yeah. Yes.
Okay, so according to
We lost you, Chenda.
Yeah, I can't hear.
citizenship, what have mentioned that the digital citizenship need to focus on the 8 principles for survival in this. So, we know that digital is really linked to identification during pandemic. And my question is that among the 8, which one is the most influential one in terms of the survival?
We can't hear you clearly, Chenda.
Yeah, you may write in the chat box, Chenda.
Okay.
In the chat box.
Okay, write it in your chat box. Okay, the next person with the question, maybe, while Chandra is writing the questions. Or maybe the presenters have presented their materials clearly enough, so there are no questions. Okay, we still give you some time maybe to formulate the questions. Chenda, with your question, please.
I think that
Sofan, would you like to ask the question?
Yes, but I have a question.
Okay. Right.
As my observation and experience of reading some rhetorical move analysis and also the analysis of the secondary sources, I have a lot of interesting in regarding to several sections of the research article. But however, my question is that besides doing the analysis on the secondary data, can we use those, for example, like move analysis, move structure analysis? Can we transform it into the doing like action research, for example? I also plan to do the action research by testing teaching students how to analyze the move structures in abstract, for example, to student in year 3, and then we want to test maybe the how the teaching strategies on analyzing move, and we check the improvement of before, just like doing pre-test and post-test. Can we do that? But if we transform from the rhetorical study to more empirical, like that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Prof. Sapnil.
Okay, thank you, Lee Sofan. Yeah, I changed my background just to show that our campus is green. So for those who have never come to Bengkulu University, please come soon. Our campus is very green. Yeah, we are proud of it. Yeah, our green campus. Okay, thank you, Lee Sofan. Yes, there are two applications of the genre-based approach. Number one is to analyze the academic text, whatever academic text, an essay, articles, papers, thesis, dissertation, and so on. Yeah, all academic text. So we can use a genre-based approach to analyze the text. Number two is genre-based approach in teaching. Yeah, we can use the same approach in teaching. And there are 3 steps. Number one is to show students that what is the model of the structure of a particular text. Let's say essay. What is the model? What is the structure of essay? Commonly, maybe not all essays have such a structure, but what is the common structure for an essay suggested by previous studies? And number two, you analyze a sample of essay together with the students based on the structure, based on the model, including the linguistic features. For example, introduction. Okay, how to say introduction, what words to use, commonly used, to show to address the introduction. Interestingly, and then for example, the method, what are the structure and how to say it. So you analyze it together with your student. And the third is to write together, to write together with the students. Example of the essay. So for example, move 1 of the essay, you write it together. Maybe it takes time to write an essay together in the classroom. You can prepare it from home, your own essay, and then improve it with the student. And then the student are assigned to write their own essays. So from guided to free. So there are 3 steps of a genre-based approach in the teaching of academic writing. And so two applications of this. One is to analyze academic text in any kind, in any form. And the second one is to use it to teach the student how to write the same text, the same genre. Okay, Lisofan?
Okay, I hope that is quite clear for you, Sofan. And
one question.
Very clear, Pak. I got more.
Question in the chat box from Chenda for Pak Sukri.
Yeah, okay. Now it's question from Chenda for Prof. Sukri. Prof. Sukri, there's one question
Chenda
for you.
and Lee Sofan are from Cambodia.
Okay.
From
Okay,
Battambang.
Prof. Sukri, the question is, you have mentioned about the 8 principles for survival with digital citizenship. So these principles really plays as the key role in the pandemic. Which one is the more influenced one in terms of survival you have mentioned?
Yes, thank you very much for the question.
I would like to say this in short that when we categorize into 8 principles, it's in fact one is related to each other. It is not just one principle, then we can live peacefully. But in fact, in each principle, at least if you have access to the principles, more or less, it basically depends on our own self need, because I believe that everyone has different needs and want. So everyone has a different basic background. So it depends on who you are. If you are a businessman, if you are lecturers or are students, you may have different needs to each other. And also we look at the differentiation of mankind, differences that man has to another man. So the 8 principles may be different to each other. Depends on each and everyone's background. But I think if I say that which one is the most crucial to me, it may be different from you, from Prof. Dedi, or even Prof. Safnil. So it depends on yourself how to bring all the 8. It may be 20, it may be 100, but I just categorize into 8 in order to make it simple. And for those who are having more or less like problem of identifying himself, which nationality is that? So the first principle may be the most crucial one. But for those who are having a problem or having access more to the screen management, so the screen management is important for him. I just put it 8, just like how to look at that. But you may make it 5 if the other is not important for you, or you may add it into 20 if all those 20 are important to you as well. Thank you very much. This is just guidelines. Yes. Thank you, Chinda.
Okay, that's quite clear for you, Chinda. Now, is there any questions again from other participants? I don't have any in the chat box.
I think that's enough, Pak Dedi.
Okay, is that enough? Okay, in that case, thank you very much for the presenters for the all fruitful information that you shared to us here in this conference. Thank you very much, Prof. Sukri. I reckon that you'd like to go somewhere, yeah?
Yeah, I'm in northern Thailand, in Chiang Mai, in Chiang Rai. Welcome to Thailand, Pak Safnil.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, soon. Yeah.
We are also having a very greenery area here.
Yeah, I like
now
it.
I'm moving towards the second beautiful campus in Southeast Asia. This is Mae Fah Luang University.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Maybe someday we'll see you there.
Yeah. Oh, see you here in Bengkulu.
Also you here. Okay,
We
I'll
will.
open for Prof. Safnil.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all then for this session. Okay, I do apologize that if there's any mistakes in leading this discussion. Okay, I'll give it back to the Master of Ceremony for the next agenda. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Dedi. And ladies and gentlemen, that's all our agenda today. And for the speakers, the moderators, we would like to say thank you very much. And hopefully the new lessons, the new informations that conveyed by the speakers could be useful for us, especially for the students of English educations. And see you in the third ICOTEL 2022. And let me close this agenda by with a short poem. And we know that poem right now as intangible cultural heritage, burung merbah, burung kenari. terbang menyusuri indahnya alam. Sandra dan Puspita pamit undur diri. Kami akhiri dengan salam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
See you again.
Yeah, goodbye everyone.
Hello, hello, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Gumawang.
Welcome,
Thank you,
welcome.
Stephen.
Please kindly all participants activate the meeting video. We are going to take some pictures.
Wait ya.
Photographer.
No pantun in English.
Okay, for the first slide, please. 1, 2, 3. The next slide. 1, 2, 3. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. Next. 1, 2, 3. Next one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the last one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now thank you very much and see you in the next ICOTEL 2022. Okay, happy weekend.
Happy weekend, everyone.
Finish, Pak Deddy.
Is there any closing?
Maybe you want to close, Pak? Pak Gumawang apa kabar? Terima kasih Pak Gumawang. Ya. Nih, laptop kamu.
The committee, is there any closing ceremony or not? No?
No.
Okay, yeah. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Yeah.